lang ko nimo sa imong globe base. Globe to siya nang nagyatan. Ang kato lang tawagan ko no, hindi na yung kami. Okay na?
Your hero.
Force the Beastmaster to go into the Axis build as well, because he's up against an Illusion hero who is going to have some decent amount of armor. There's no real catch for the PL apart from really the black hole. You could call the Raw some catch, but you've got to find a real one first.
Yeah, it can be a bit tricky for the Beastmaster. It does tie up this draft quite well from TNC. I think it does look a lot stronger. Adroit, they're going to have to work really hard early on to maximize this. There's a very early timer here with Weaver, with your Dazzle, with the Beastmaster. It's just a really non-standard draft, which again, you rarely see. I think Adroit has to really show us how to make this work, because the timings are fairly tight, but TNC can play 4 Protect 1. We've seen them do this a lot of times. Just give Gabby space to farm. The PL will scale. And as you mentioned, Adroit doesn't have the best way of dealing with that. The Weaver is not going to be able to isolate the real PL too well, and it can be an issue. So a few back and forth there. I do believe... I say TNC does have the better draft. I think they can stall the game out long enough for it to just have the PL take over.
Very soon. It can really go either way. It was very entertaining game, and that's exactly what we would ask for to start off this day for us. We'll go into the game.
Prepare to make way. Who made you captain?
Tips coming up.
It's pronounced Admiral.
Was it Tins? It was March got most of them.
No, it was... they swap. It was Boomy and Gabby swapping. March just gets an unrequited tip. There's no return tips.
March always gets tips. It's just a given in SEA. They just tip March non-stop.
Oh god.
Kind of intrigued as well, right? Like, do you just go for that Axis build for Ben Soy now? Like, you probably don't, because you have the safe lane Beastmaster right now. So it looks like they want to just try and make it so he avoids that peel in the laning stage. Like, I can kind of see why they would go down that route.
Yeah, it's I don't know if it gets any better for the Weaver though in that off lane now. It's still not going to be the best of lanes for that. I feel like the Beastmaster at like level 1 to 3 should be able to apply enough harass in PL. It's still a melee core, you still have the boards early on, but it does look like they're just going to focus on trying to give Natsumi a bit of a better time instead of throwing him up against really tanky heroes in TNC zone off lane.
Because you can just static the lane though, right? Like with versus PL, nothing's going to happen. They're just going to trade farm the whole time. Pretty much the same thing will happen up at the top lane now. KP and March not really going to be able to do too much up against that Beastmaster. They'll just trade farm. KP probably trying to harass a bit with Cinderbrew with the Fire Spirit combination, but overall, it just seems like every single lane here will just be an even trading kind of lane. You can look at that mid lane, John. Like, Gabby's looking to go mid right now on the PL, unless he's going to switch it up. But it does seem that's going to be the case as Armel's down bot on the Tonka.
Yeah, that's going to be an interesting matchup. PL up against Dazzle. Mac is going to be up in that mid position as well. It's not something you see too often. We have seen both heroes take that mid before, though, just not against each other. So I think this is an okay lane for Gabby, honestly, especially with Mac going for the level 1 wave rather than Poison Touch. There's not much harassment. He will shove the wave out, and I suppose Gabby will take, what, level 2 or 3 to start being able to run in and out from the wave effectively, but once he has a level in Doppel, he can kind of just self-purge if that Poison Touch comes out, and maybe even dodge the Shadow Waves as they come out as well.
We'll see how it pans out. Like, there might be a lane switch as well. Natsumi's currently Sakuchiing to the left of the map. He might go mid instead. They may even just send Natsumi all the way top and prefer him going up against that Brewmaster. He's not going to have an easy game regardless of where he goes, in all fairness.
No.
Throughout this kind of draft.
Yeah, I think that's something Adroit expects, though. Like, their games yesterday, Bensoi did not have the best farm. They were actually getting a lot more on Boomy and Mac. So I think they understand what they're putting Bensoi through, and they just play around their supports more. So you look to Boomy to be a bit more active. He's on the Enigma, of course, and we've seen that come out from Adroit before. The Boomy black holes are pretty nice. But it's almost like the Shaker. The timing is a bit slower. You wait for a blink, you wait for Dominator and the Necronomicon, which it does look like Boomy is going to opt for early before anything can happen there. So Adroit, despite having some fairly aggressive heroes with the Tusk and Dazzle, I think they're just going to take this one a bit slower because Boomy will need to build up.
Sad. I just opened up the playground again and nobody's playing. That's not a playground. It is it's that musical chairs game. Bit tedious.
Yeah, it's only Armel playing. All by himself. Yeah.
That's all Armel cares about. As far as he's concerned, he wins every game by himself. He just he just keeps trying to win, no matter what game it is.
Yeah, it's
March has reconnected for the second time. Hopefully everything's okay. It looks like we do have the go-ahead now.
Weigh anchor.
Bounty runes gonna spawn. TNC almost forgetting about those top bounty runes for a second there, but they do go back for them. But it'll be a 2-for-2 trade in the end. Adroit will secure both bottom bounty runes as well. And looks like Natsumi is gonna stick around for now at this bot lane. I am a little intrigued that, never mind, we are gonna have another pause coming out. I'm a little intrigued that they're running a bit of a tri lane to start with, but I suppose this is to be expected when you've got a Tusk. Just try and get a very early first blood with that tag team if you can. And in all fairness, with the Arlons there as well, it can really help in amping up that damage.
Yeah, it can be really potent. I don't think this tri-lane will last too long. I expect Boomy to dip into that jungle relatively quickly. There's not much you can really do against a Kunkka, although level 1's one of his weakest points, but once you hit 2 or 3, it gets a bit trickier to kind of kite him out. This is going to hurt Adroit's top lane specifically. You're going to have Bensoi solo for the most part, and solo up against a Brewmaster, a Phoenix, and even Tim's around. It's not going to be fun for Bensoi.
That won't be. A lot of emphasis, it seems, on making sure he doesn't have a good time, but in all fairness, TNT doesn't really know yet that it's the Weaver up top, so they may end up switching lanes again on the side of TNT if they really do want to run a very aggressive lane up against Natsumi. A lot of pings going on for Gavi. Not sure you gotta love the fact that every time KP pings it says Divine Divine. It's gotta it can be a little distracting during the cast, I'm gonna say. But it is fun.
Yeah. It's going I don't know. It's the one thing about TNC recast that kind of bothers me, Mike. I'm not sure if you noticed this one, but everyone but AP is in the Tim's guild. So it's just KP repping the OPA. I know you appreciate it because you've seen a lot of that guild, but I'm kind of disappointed not everyone's in Tim's.
Who said I appreciate it? I'm part of the rival guild. He should be part of my guild. I also get disgusted when I see that. He may as well have joined the Tim's guild. Regardless. Natsumi's gonna show himself down bot now, and yeah, no, he's gonna TP. Not interested in dealing with this. Where's he gone though? Up the top lane. And it looks like KP will top down bot lane, so they definitely don't have the Brewmaster versus Beastmaster. I think the Kunkka prefers the matchup anyway, so you can just clear out the balls with Tidebringer constantly, but Bensoi is also going to TP. So Adroit, they are dead set on ensuring they have this laning stage, and that's fair enough. I think it does give him a slight advantage going into this game.
Yeah, you're not going to get as much value from these picks. I don't think it's the most drastic lane switch up though. Like, now you're just going to have to wait for the TPs. We'll see whether or not TNC will want to play that musical chair lane again when tossing the teleports up, but I think after one TP we tend to see that calm down a bit.
Look at Tims, he's just being really annoying here up against Boomy. Trying to steal away that big centaur creep, and this is exactly what you do up against a greedy jungle Enigma. You just follow them as the pos 4. Now mind you, Tims is taking a lot of damage, but the point is he is just waiting to be able to fish with that centaur, but he is now out of vision. And he won't even get XP for that, so that was actually very well played by Boomy. But Tims is not going to leave him alone, he's just going to keep doing this over and over again.
Yeah, this can be effective in shutting down the Enigma. One thing to watch out for that is that Tims is not getting EXP.
I'm surprised Mac though, he kind of left his courier walking back to the base, not realizing that Tims was chasing down that Enigma.
Yeah, it's a bit of a loss, but I don't think Mac cares too much considering how his lane is going. Just look how pressured Gabby is to find these last hits. He's 7-1 and Mac is 12-3.
Mac is really this lane quite well on top lane. No, it doesn't end up going down to Natsumi, who also goes after March now, finding his courier and then finding the kill. CML the one to pick up the Phoenix kill. But up that top lane, Adroit just finding kills straight off the bat. That is very, very bad news for TNC. And when you look at the other lanes, they're not going any better. Like, Gabby's already running back to Fountain.
Yeah.
Oh, that's really bad.
Yeah, it's been a slow start mid. This is giving Tim some space to find some EXP though. So at least you'll probably hit 2 on your shaker soon. It's not what you want. Mac is getting a little bit too much from this lane. Level 4 now. The damage coming out from him is just super hard. Look at that. He just heals up the wave and Gabby can't dodge.
A lot of damage. Another poison sting will be there as well. Mac wants to refresh it. He won't be able to, but man, I didn't expect the shadow wave to do that much damage. That is a lot. Gabby just can't afford to get close to the creep wave to secure CS, because if he does, Mac, he's already waiting with that shadow wave, and Mac, he finds one more opportunity here, and Gabby's probably just gonna die. And even then, like even without that shadow wave, you can always just spam poison sting over and over again. I mean, Gabby, he's already gone through pretty much the whole set of tangos. He only has one left. He does have a salve available, but this is just going to keep up and get worse.
Yeah, it's not going to get any easier for Gabby. This is really what he has to cope with. Like, you know, Tims is too busy rotating around the jungle. He has been keeping Boomy suppressed just a bit, but it's really not helping Gabby, and this is something TNC will have to correct down the line. They need the PL to find an opportunity to farm as the game goes on.
I mean, even if you bring Tims into that mid lane though, like what's he meant to do? He's all he can do is fish. I just don't think it's going to be enough, right?
Yeah, I mean, you could at least maybe block out the wave a bit and help it shove in deeper, or just kind of rebalance that lane, but there's not too much you can really expect there, and this does mean that Gabby is just gonna have to kind of do a slight pull on wave himself.
Not what you want. Top lane as well. March does end up going down again. Natsumi with the kill on the Weaver. That'll be his second of the game. Well, CML even getting himself a bottle very, very early on the task, just because he can.
Got it.
Bottle some boundary runes for himself on the Radiant side of things.
Yeah, I think that's actually Natsumi's bottle he's just refilling, because he doesn't want to leave the lane to grab those runes, so full bottle backup for Natsumi. And the sustain from the Weaver, the amount of harassment he can pump out with the consistent Shukuchi spam is just great in Armel.
Yeah, to get chased down. Snowball going to be there with the swarm. Armel copying a lot of damage. He won't die. If Natsumi had been level 5 at that point with level 3 Shukuchi, he may actually have gotten away with that kill. But I don't think he minds. He just keeps expending this regen from Armel, forcing them to sack their economy to just keep buying more regen. Armel is completely out now. I would dare say this is probably the worst start for TNC you could have asked for. The only lane that seems going okay is the bot lane. Top lane again, Armel gonna be in trouble and probably will just be dead here. Natsumi on a killing spree at 6 minutes in. March can't even stand close by to harass as Natsumi just continues to be aggressive.
Denied.
Yeah, it's supposed to be this tanky lane combination. It's just that March at level 3 just can't do much, and Natsumi going really deep to try to find more.
Natsumi doesn't dive the tier 1 tower. He was just a bit too afraid of dying there, but now Armel comes back in with the end. March has to be a little bit careful. He's still very low, but Natsumi has to be more careful. Tidebringer hit, going to be hit with the Icarus Dive and a nice Fire Spirit. Armel does manage to clean up that kill. Meanwhile, though, in the mid lane map, he ends up killing off Tims on the Earthshaker, who did try and come in and help out the PL a little bit, but ended up kind of feeding more gold to Mac.
My gratitude.
And Mac was going to be fine anyway. They had a rotation coming in from CML.
Tower can't handle this day.
Now Mac getting salved up, back up to full HP. Tims will come into the mid lane to soak some XP here, but Adroit is really starting to get out of control.
Yeah, they're finding a bit...
Snowball's going to be there. They know they can dive this. Tims has the poison touch on him as well.
One falter.
CMO will happily let Mac take the kill.
Yeah, and the greed of Adroit's draft is still paying off.
Gabby ends up dying again. Ben Soy now losing his life on the Beastmaster. March falling low as well. Natsumi, he's just all over the map. He'll just follow Gabby wherever he goes, it seems. Well, KP now going to be in trouble. Doesn't have the split available right now. Time lapse is there from Natsumi, and KP slowly going to be chased down. Does slam the ground. Natsumi falling low, but not low enough to dissuade him from chasing. Malphite's going to be there on KP. He continues to try and run away.
Top tower is about
There are
to
necro creeps following him right now, and he has no mana left. He will end up dying. Natsumi getting a full bottle once again from Ben Soy this time around.
Yeah, I mean, Adroit is just running away with his start. 2-9, a 4K lead before the 10-minute mark. You've got already the early Necronomicon from Boomy, so the push is on. TNC, if they're not careful, are going to lose a lot more space on this map, a lot earlier than they'd expect.
That's just the brilliance of Adroit, though. Just these perfect laning matchups they had. And they had such a greedy draft to begin with, and you'd think they would get punished for it, but
Dyer's
it's just not the case. It's the exact opposite so far.
fishing for guppies with cannon fire.
Adroit now, feeling like they may as well start pressuring on T2 Tower while at it. The team will finishing games very, very quickly if they have the chance. It looks like even up against TNC, it's not going to be too different. They'll really just continue trying to apply pressure on the talent. In fact, March, Snowball going to be there, won't land, but it does force March to Icarus 5 away.
A stiff win.
And that allows March to get a few more hits into that tier 2.
Yeah, and TNC, they're still trying to hunt down. They do find Mac.
That they do, they use the tackle. But he's gonna fly in. Looks like they might have enough, and he does go down the Tidebringer hit. CML though there with Natsumi. They'll try out to Armel, but now the primal split will come out from KP. CML will snowball the way back onto Armel. The snowball will end up connected, but now the Weaver being tornadoed up. Here comes Gabby on the Beastmaster, on the PL, but the Beastmaster does get the roar on Armel. They do find the kill. Now Tims also ends up dying. Boomy, built on that one. CML trying to run away. Gabby gonna take it down the black hole. Boomy just getting the PL as well. It's a 3-0. And Adroit, in fact it was a 3-1. I forgot the Dazzle did end up dying. But you wouldn't really mind that if you're Adroit. You're more than happy to let Mac die for 3 more heroes, especially if that involves 2 cores.
Yeah, it's a really great trade for Adroit and TNC. They're just not even able to get a simple pickoff like that. They have to toss a lot of spells out. They still trade unfavorably. They've got to find some ways to get their level 6s up on the supports, March and Tims. They need the slam and the egg to be up and running. There's just no space.
Oh, Natsumi, just in the perfect place at the perfect time. Gets the courier, now Mark trying to go away, but Ben Soy with that dominated creep just positioning it perfectly. Top lane, however, CML gonna be in trouble. Will end up dying. Mel the one to pick up the kill there on the Conker. They'll try to finally go after that top tier 1 tower, but they don't exactly siege very quickly, and to make matters worse, you will have Boomy there to defend.
Yeah, it's one of the weaknesses of TNC's draft as well. Their push is not the best compared to Adroit, although it looks like Adroit will just kind of give up that tier 1 top in exchange for a tier 2 bot.
Dire's top tower is about to take the plunge.
Radiant's bottom tower
You can do it
faces
so
a
quick,
stiff wind.
especially when you have that siege creep there from the Dire side.
Is under attack.
Radiant's
March is still trying to defend. Great stun out from Benzoy. Now the snowball won't really land this time. Shark will be there, and March still taking down from the poison.
Radiant's bottom tower has
Matt finds another kill on the Dazzle. That bottom tier 2 is gone. Adroit start making their way into the mid lane, and this is just surgical play from Adroit.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Yeah, they've really started to completely take over the map here. TNC, they've got the level 6s on their supports, but they need other initiation tools as well. They need the blink out from KP. They need the blink out on Tim's, and they're not close enough. KP's prioritizing a soul ring first, just so he can actually cast his spells in the middle of a fight.
It's really concerning. Adroit just still so aggressive right now, looking for another target to go on. I mean, you look at Gabby's farm as well. He's been trying so hard on that PL, but he's currently bottom 4 on the net worth. And speaking of blinks, Boomy just has a blink. What?
Yeah.
Necro 1
I
blink.
like that. Yeah, you don't see that, but Boomy, as long as he can land those black holes, can really turn these fights whole.
Bot lane, nice snowball straight to the end. The boat is going to be there. Now Boomy still goes with the boat, and he will go down here. Egg being committed by March just in case. CML and Matsumi both losing their lives there, and this is some very important pickups for the side of TNC.
Yeah, those were pretty big. Costly though. Slam and Egg being down means you're probably not going to fight anytime soon. And Adroit, remember, they've got that blink on Boomy. They want to reveal it. I'm pretty sure once these two heroes respawn, Adroit will try to make a play.
They kind of, they don't really need to, but they definitely can if they so choose to. And it looks like they are going to TP mid. Smoke up.
A radiant using
Boomy with that black hole blink now up and run. No, they run to that radiant triangle. Tim's gonna get scouted out here, snowball. Gonna be able to land. Tim's will die. Maybe not, the Fisher is there, but no, Natsumi's gonna chase him down with Sakuchi. CML had the chance anyway. Now KP, understanding he is in the wrong place right now, will run away.
on the rocks.
But Adroit, they want to go for more. They understand with the blink black hole, they want to get that big surprise initiation off.
Radiant's top tower.
And quite frankly, if they somehow wipe TNC right now, they could actually go for a T3 tower if they really wanted to.
Dire's
Oh no,
bottom tower
does
is
X-Back have to be very careful because Benzoy does have the roar as well. They slowly just chip away that Tier 2 mid, but ultimately will bounce off.
about to flounder.
Yeah, it's not quite the best opportunities for Boomy. You are seeing a lot more defensiveness from TNC. They've been a lot more disciplined about their positioning, and they're just going to try to take their time. As long as Adroit doesn't melt any further towers, I think TNC is going to be happy. They're giving space for other heroes to farm. They've given March a lane to get some EXP up as well, so you're still finding some stuff across the map, although...
March might be dead. Egress died
Oh, yeah.
speed, but the Malithus is there.
No.
Yeah. Matt top lane, however, they're going to find the Dazzle. Great shot now from CML, however, just blocking them out. Still, they got the boat in. Fisher is there. They will secure the kill. Now CML, the chase will be on that task. He's in big trouble, and he will also die to Gabby. In fact, they might even find another. KP, he got the tornado there onto Ben Soy, but we do have a pause. It looks like somebody on the side of Adroit has disconnected, and it will be Boomy.
Yeah, it's Great timing from TNC, understanding that the Enigma not being around meant that they could start clumping up and forcing fights. They're gonna find themselves a nice set of kills. Just not much turn opportunity for Adroit. They're too far off, so they're gonna have to take that loss.
Yeah, there's no choices here. We're just about to end. I'll just wait out that potatoes and Echo just being committed, just in case there's so much playing games. At this point, if you are TN, don't care about the Echo fan down. You just commit it every single time you have an opportunity. In all fairness, Tims is very, very close to that Blink Dagger as well, so
yeah, it's a safe bet, and when you are this behind very early in the game, you will just want to find any kill to bounce yourself back. So TNC finding some chinks in the armor and managing to break it just a bit more open. Adroit, they've got to be careful about splitting up like that. When they reveal boomies in a different lane, TNC will jump.
Boomy is in the bot lane right now. March will scout out those Eidolons. Mid lane, however, an initiation there. KB gets sharded up by CML. He has the help of Gabby around, but Adroit, they just don't care. They're going to start rushing forward. Understanding those ultis aren't available right now. Nice roll, but a great fish around from Tims. That'll block the way. Although Boomy is around, has Black Hole if he wants. He'll hold out. KB going to be very thankful around.
Yeah, you're starting to see Gabby become a bit of a nuisance. He does have the defusal up and running, so every single time they chase and he has illusions around, you're not going to have mana for long. And that did cause some issues for CML, although with that, Adroit goes straight to pit.
Why not? An easy Roshan attempt. You know they can't fight you right now. Look at all the units right now as well. Just so much damage coming out. Adroit, give the Aegis over to Natsumi, make him that much harder to take out. Not to mention Natsumi does have the death of. With that Adroit, they could definitely afford to get more aggressive now. But
yeah,
a word of caution, Tims is ever so close to that blink.
Yeah, that's going to be really big for TNC. I mean, just, you mentioned all those summons coming out, it's going to be really bad to get slammed in the middle of that, so Adroit has to be pretty disciplined in their spacing as well fairly soon, but I think they do feel a lot more confident, right? You've got so much more damage coming out here. The biggest thing is that Mac as well on the Dazzle hasn't hit that high point. The biggest point for the Dazzle showing us the classic Southeast Asian issues. Lag and Cabby. No reasons here. No excuses.
Alright, March will be back anytime. There he is. But now we have Mac disconnected. Everyone's just going to disconnect this series apparently.
Hey, it's a Filipino team versus a Filipino team, you know, it's it's going to be this way. It's going to be this way.
Oh. Should have known. Should have known before we came into this. And we'll be back. Luckily they are reconnecting very, very quickly today. So it's not too long of a wait.
Yeah, here we go. Nope.
No. Arnold
Okay.
wants a bit of time.
It is like lunchtime, so maybe having a quick bite to eat in the downtime as well. That would be nice.
It's always about lunch with you, John.
It's always about it. Well, it's not my fault we start at noontime. No, it's like everyone else is having good food, and here we are. Although March,
Bot lane, March gonna be in big, big trouble. He has Secret Stop, he's just holding the item now. He go set nothing. He go straight into that tree line, but the stop is there. It's Natsumi. That'll give plenty of vision over to Boomy. He does clean up the kill. Boomy also scout out Gabby, I believe. In fact, did he not notice?
no.
Maybe he just barely missed out on that vision. Gabby sneaks his way into the tree line. Not wanting to jump in front of them, though, of course. It is still very, very dangerous, as you know the black hole is on. themselves a... Oh, Tims. Big Echo Slam. Doesn't really hit Ben Soy. He got a lot of creeps out of that though, so I guess he got some gold. And in all fairness, he does get his Blink Dagger up out of that, so... I don't know if I'd call that bad. It probably was bad, but I believe he was trying to go after Ben Soy.
Yeah, in that sense, you know, with the blink up, you're happier, I guess, but it's another 2 minutes where you're not gonna get that slam. So there is a bit of an opening for Adroit. They did blow the roar on that as well, I believe. Ben Soy did pop it, so you're not gonna have that. But that's a lower cooldown, and it's still gonna be relatively easy to push into this tier 2 top now.
So you're feeling confident, Fisher will come out, Timberbrew there as well from KP.
Radiance.
Won't be enough though, the tier 2 of course will
Just
drop.
got sent to
And that's kind of where you would have loved to have that Echo Slam available.
really tight.
But that will not be the case. So you've got another 80 seconds for that to be back up. I'm sure we'll see a huge team fight come. See when it is available. They probably will just go for a smoke. But Adroit, they are going to make full usage of this time they have. They'll force in the mid lane, they'll actually smoke up now. Why run straight into Gabby? Sumi keeps out, going to go for a run. Does have that double Sumi. Loves the black hole. Oh, yeah, he commits it. Not worth it for that hot punch. Always punch the right target, but it won't matter now. Sumi, he does secure the kill.
And again, it's a one-man black hole, but it's on the biggest hero you really want to blow up anyway, so Adroit's still going to be happy with that sort of trade. And TNC, they're going to have to take a step back, keep farming up. You look to March, he's saving up for the Ags on Phoenix. We've seen that multiple times. The progress is a bit slow. There's not much space for March to really build up. But once it's up, Adroit doesn't have too much beyond Natsumi to deal with the egg, and that's going to make it a lot worse.
You're still losing towers though, on the side of TNC. Like, Adroit aren't done. They go mid lane, they push the tier 2 tower, and they find it very, very easily.
Top tower.
That's all out of towers now gone for TNC, which should really shrink the map quite a bit for them. And it's at that point now, John, where you're kind of running out of time if you're TNC. They do smoke up, they got the echo back up, the black hole's down. They spotted out Matt and CMO together, but both of those heroes have backed up as well, or I should say CMO is running back up towards the high ground. Tims gets the Fisher into the enchant, and now here comes Gabby. It should be a nice easy support kill here onto CMO, but he's going to make it as hard as he possibly can. And this is the chance. He would have died anyway, KP was waiting.
Yeah, it's not the worst here to lose out on for Adroit, and I'm sure they're happy they just tossed the support for that smoke. Tims does spot out Boomy, but quick blink out, not gonna find that.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
Have to say it's a bit surprising to see Gabby's build up. Got the Yasha, not going for a Manta, is opting straight for an SNY to kind of bulk up, and I can't really say I blame him. It's not the most common thing. You do still tend to see a lot of PLs trend towards that Manta for the dodge. In this case, I think he really just wants to survive and man fight up to really bring pressure onto Adroit.
Even the status resist is quite nice from that Sergeant Yasha, right? Like, you've got that roar, you've got the snowball. Quite a bit of lockdown Gabby's been experiencing this game. I can't disagree with that item choice too much.
Dire's bottom tower won't
We'll
last
see TNC, they'll smoke up again.
Your admiral is
Into the mid lane, the line has been drawn. Black hole gonna be up in 5 seconds from now.
Radiant are scanning for enemies.
KP looking to spike. Tim's gonna get a nice filter off. Boomy though is right around the corner. Now they will get started. Black hole gonna be committed. Does catch 3 of them. But KP does get the split off still. Tim's will die preemptively. Now Armel also goes down, and KP just has to run for it. Just run as fast as you can, sir. not the greatest of team fights there for the side of TNC, and they try to go after the Weaver, but they just can't burst him down fast enough, and Boomy, he does not hesitate with the black hole.
Yeah, and with the BKB on Boomy, it's just a guaranteed black hole. That was the reveal, and probably one of the best BKB black hole reveals you could hope for here for Adroit. TNC, they've got to be a lot more cautious pushing up into any sort of choke point now. Just a lot of potency from Adroit with the basically unstoppable black hole in this case, and they've got to play around their slam. They still have their spells. They do smoke up.
Try. They'll check the Roshan pit with that smoke, but nobody's there. Instead, they will run straight into Boomy. It'll be a nice easy kill on that pause forward Enigma. That's all it really is though, it's a pause for Enigma. He doesn't have black hole anyway, so he doesn't really mind dying. It's not really going to affect Adroit too much. They are still just freely farming on all their cores.
Yeah, and we talk about the Dazzle hitting 18. You are almost at that point, so you're going to be dealing with so much lower cooldowns on all of his items, on the Shadow Wave, on the Shallow Grave. There's just way too much sustain coming out from Adroit, and I don't reckon they've even had anything like a Spirit Vessel on hand to mitigate that.
I believe they have, no. March doesn't have one, of course Tim doesn't have one. Nobody has that Spirit Vessel, and yeah, there is quite a lot of value in this game for one, but they just haven't had the chance to actually, you know, buy one out. I just don't think you have the luxury right now as TNC to afford an item like that. You can make the argument maybe the Phoenix could, but it looks like March believes the Axe is just going to be that much more important.
Oh.
Top lane, March, speaking of, does get caught out now. Of course, he has that Icarus dive, but he's not going to survive.
Dominating!
Just doesn't matter. Natsumi, Kikuchi's passed as he is ghost formed, and just on a very easy kill. Adroit, they'll extend their lead now to 8k.
Yeah, it's still pretty dominant from Adroit. They are going to be grouping up around a Roche pit now. This is scouted out by a dominated creep, so TNC are aware they could choose to fight. They still have the slam.
It's going to be a decently fast Roshan if they don't get in there. Black hole gonna be there, only catching one, but it is Arno on the conquer. Boomy now gonna have to back off as the rest of TNC are more than happy to go in. KP out there with the primal split. Boomy's still gonna be in big trouble on that Enigma, but there's the Shallow Grave from Matt, making sure he stays alive. Now Natsumi coming in. Nice fish round from Tim, blocked him in, and now the Echo coming out, connecting on two. Still a nice verbal save onto Matt, allowing him to get out of that boat flying in from Arno. Now they jump in, it's complete chaos around the Roshan pit, but Arno is falling, and he will end up dying. CMO now looking for more. They catch up March with those sharks. Then Toilers gonna control up Gabby. He's doing a lot of damage right now on that PO. Egg has and gets destroyed straight away. Ben Soy now getting put in the circle. Natsumi tries to Kikuchi away, doing these illusions from the PO. Don't mind KB. Ben Soy does die. Gabby is still going, however. He'll find CMO as well. Mac is falling low, but does TP out in time. And Tim's meanwhile still controlling up Natsumi, but he will die to Natsumi. And it's only really Gabby versus Natsumi left. And both these heroes seemingly just can't die right now, or maybe they can. If Gabby can drain the mana of Natsumi, that would be one way to get it done. But no, he'll give up on that, he'll go back to farming. Natsumi will do the same.
That is a really messy back and forth from both sides. Adroit does pull ahead in the end, and you're seeing the issue we talked about with Mac. He is just keeping everyone alive a lot longer than they should be. 20-second cooldown on Guardian Greaves. Just so much sustain here that TNC has not even bothered to really punish.
You gotta kill that Dazzle off. You have no choice. He's gonna be the first one to die in this team fight. Otherwise, he will just keep everyone alive longer than they should be alive. Roshan now gonna go down. Natsumi picks up another Aegis.
Frosty made.
I believe the cheese did go to that Dazzle. Yeah, Mac is holding it for himself. Max also building into a Shiva's Guard soon, John.
Cool.
Having that slow on that low of a cooldown is really gonna suck for TNC.
Yeah, it's pretty ridiculous just how much control they're slowly building up. And TNC, again, they've got ways back in, but they've either got to mitigate the heals or kill off Mac.
Shards barely missing out there on KP. He'll run out of there. Look at Gabby, who almost has the full Abyssal up, and perhaps once that Abyssal Blade is there, they might be able to actually finish off that Dazzle or even start the fight off. So Boomy, Black Hole gonna be on the peel, top left.
Oh no.
Clearly alone right now. He will survive through it, not Sumi though who's there. Now nice switch coming up with him. Echo is also available. Gabby still surviving, but he is falling very, very low. Poison Touch comes out, Matt, following up with Natsumi, and Gabby does end up dying. Now KP trying to run away with those Primal Split Brewings. And he should be fine too, but no, they're following the Earth Spirit. KP understands he probably is the die here.
Dominating!
He will go down. Just off the back of Boomy. Just the man that's not afraid to commit that black hole just whenever he wants. He just used it to buy time for his team to close the gap.
Yeah, and that's all they really need. They just need to be able to hold down one of these big heroes. And you talk about the timing on that Abyssal, it's going to be delayed from that. This is going to allow Adroit to get a very fast push onto the high ground.
Radiant fortified their structures.
Cliff will be forced out, but they have any great way of coming in. They're not going to mind this at all. Crimson Guard there on Ben Choi. He's thinking about the Raw, but there was an X on Armel.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Nice shards out from CML, however. And there's no defending this mid. That's the out's gonna have to let it go down. The question is, will Adroit go for anything else? And the answer is no. They're just happily gonna back out after the Drax is taken.
Yeah, there's no real rush. They know the PL's back up. They probably want to look for a pickoff first before committing again. And, you know, TNC does have really strong high ground if the initiation goes well. Slam, Egg, both coming out, just a lot of strong assaults in a tight area. Adroit want to force that out without the black hole.
I mean, the problem is just, though, John, the initiation and the high ground defense hasn't been going well for TNC. It's, Adroit is still finding a way to deal with all of this.
Yeah, it's the fact that TNC always lose one hero outside first. They have to be a lot more careful with how far they allow Gabby to farm, and he's just immediately coming back. He doesn't want to cross the riverside, which is probably the smart play. Oh, yeah.
Jimmy's got Ags. March does have his Ags up, but that Enigma Ags hurts. That was good night pulse on a black hole. KP gonna get caught out. Raw gonna be there as well. They love to get this Brewmaster. He's still alive for now. There's the X saving in March. Brought him in now. Gets hit. He jumps with a huge Echo Slam, but they still find the edge. KP and March both die. It's looking really bad for TNC. So buyback on KP. TNC is dead, however, on the Earth. He can't do anything. He has to cut his split. He will commit it to run it. But he can't find a target.
Oh no.
No. Maybe he might die back. It looks like he probably will. And he can't go down. Now Gabby being torn up to me. Has the black hole if he wants to commit it. He can't. It's just on Gabby. But it's well worth it. There's no buybacks left. No full GG. They have had enough. What a performance from Adroit for game one.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about that throughout this year. Adroit have only lost one series against TNC. TNC's draft looked like it was going to be potent. We expected it to be tanky.
5 seconds remaining.
Dire's ban now.
Radiant's turn to ban.
Dire's ban now.
Here's the Radiant ban.
The Dire get a ban. Ten seconds.
5
Radiant's
seconds
turn
remaining.
to
ban.
The Dire get a ban. Ten seconds.
5 seconds remaining. Here's the Radiant ban.
Dire's turn to pick.
Radiant's turn to pick.
Ember Spirit.
Radiant's turn to pick.
Grimstroke. Ten seconds.
5 seconds remaining.
Dire's turn to pick. Dire's ban now, Earth Shaker.
Here's the Radiant ban. Radiant's turn to pick.
Ten seconds. 5 seconds. What'll it be? Dire's turn to pick. Ten seconds.
5 seconds remaining. Radiant's turn to pick.
Enchantress.
Radiant's turn to pick.
Can't really stop and just loses his shield to is already a lot of value. You don't have anything to counteract
Dyer's turn
the
to pick.
creep summons as well. So that's a lot of value there for push from Adroit. TNC does come back with Lash. So they're giving themselves a bit of an earlier power spike. With the Lash Abaddon, it doesn't take too long for it to come online. You've got a great target to keep alive now. So the Lash can constantly dish out the damage and perhaps melt some early towers as well. That is a bit of an issue TNC had with their Game 1 draft. They couldn't do anything about objectives.
Do you think this is a core Enchantress? Or are they going to run this at +5? That's my question here, because we did see core Enchantress yesterday, and I believe it did actually work out quite fine. This time around, however, I don't know if it will be that +3 Enchantress we saw yesterday. Because it's from position 5. Up against that Abaddon and just blow up the shield every time with, one impetus. Just blow up that Aphotic shield, make sure that KP can't run in feeling like he can't die. I don't know, it could be an offlane Enchantress again. It's a possibility. I guess it's a flex pick in and of itself, but there's definitely better offlanes to pick.
Yeah, for sure. I think the support duo of Shaker Enchantress isn't the strongest, to be honest, but in that case, you're giving the Shaker a lot of space because Enchantress is very selfless. So if they are going to go that route, I can see it really benefiting Boomy. We saw it in Game 1 with his Enigma. They just wait for the blink, they wait for the BKB, and then they start fighting. In this case, it's the blink for the Shaker, and of course, Morphling Shaker just came out.
How ironic, right? Running Morph Shaker against TNC. How the table turned. TNC, they should be very well aware of how to play against this. No problem with that. The issue is, I don't think they have the heroes to go up against the Morph.
Seconds.
You really don't have anyone to control the Morphling to really burst him
5
down
seconds
fast
remaining.
enough. It seems like he's always going to be able to get that strength morph off. And maybe with this last pick they changed things up a little bit. But we are just waiting for an RML, or in fact, never mind RML hero, we're looking for a Gabby hero. I just don't see what you pick up here to go up against that morph to really be able to knock him out of these
Get
team
a
fights.
ban.
Yeah, it's really tricky. You would want maybe something like the PL, but it can be dicey up against Shaker, although there are ways to counteract that. I don't think they're going to be dipping back to that PL. You do still need a way to match up against a Morph, and it's just pretty tricky. Adroit has kind of covered their bases nicely.
10 seconds.
Maybe TNC goes into the Ricky. We saw them do that a couple of times. The silence can
It was
make it a bit. All right. Yeah, no. They've no, like the only heroes like that comes to my mind that TNC falls back to is something like the Terrorblade, and I wouldn't want to see that here for sure.
definitely not the Terrorblade, not this game.
No.
Morphing doesn't care for the Terrorblade anyway. You just go.
He likes it.
Build. Yeah, loves it.
Yeah, he gets a free metamorphosis. Yeah.
Dyer's
better.
turn to pick.
They'll ban out the slot. That's really the only concern they have. Someone who can steal stats off the Morphling. Fair enough. And Adroit now, their final pick, they're looking for some kind of offlane or pos 5, depending on where this Enchantress is going to go. I'm sure they'll just choose a different offlane for Ben Soy, though. I don't think they want him on something like an Enchantress.
Nah.
10
Nah,
seconds.
it can work, but considering how strong their lineup is, you would want a bit more. We have seen Ben Soy Ravage. That was a pseudo support.
Right.
Like, it ended up just being underfarmed. I think that would fit into this lineup pretty nicely. It just gives them so much control. You have to be careful of the Rubik, though, of course. But again, they've already got to worry about the Shaker into the Rubik. So if Adroit's that confident, I don't think the tide's too bad
Turn
here.
to pick.
Oh,
Okay.
Okay.
Phoenix pops out, so that could be a core Enchantress, that could be a core Phoenix. I doubt it's a core Phoenix. It looks like it is probably going to be that +3 Enchantress. I suppose it could go either way. They still have it flexible there for those two options. TNC, however, their final pos 1 pick.
10
You
seconds.
brought up the PL. I really do feel like that's their only option here. But
5 seconds
again, you're into a shaker. Even the Morphling can morph into the PL, and that can be very, very frustrating to deal with. Just giving Doppelganger away to a Morphling is not a good idea.
No. And even the Ember deals with that well, so I'm not sure if that's really a strong option for TNC. But again, their pool has been limited. It's just down to how they drafted. They need something that has more impact.
You could see something like an Ursa pop out. You just run the Inkswell Ursa combo. I mean, I don't think it's great up against the Morphling.
Yeah.
What are you gonna do? There's a Phoenix there. You can burst the egg down. If you can get to that point where you have an Abyssal, you could burst the Morphling down as an Ursa. Natural lane combo with the Grimstroke. I wouldn't blame them. You already have a Leshrac there. It's a very fast-paced sort of lineup.
Yeah.
Your hero.
Okay.
It's one of the only options, but it's still not something I like here. It's going to be susceptible to kiting. You've already got to worry about the Shaker. You've got the chains from the Ember. You've got the Enchantress who's just going to kite you around as well. And there's a lot of mobility in Adroit's kit, like Ember Spirit, mobile. Morphling's highly mobile, Phoenix is mobile, and looks like Bensoy is on the Phoenix. So I'm wondering how Adroit's going to split that farm. We've seen Bensoy on this position before. You know, he's on a pause tree that ends up not getting farm, and you do see that spill into Boomy and CML instead. So there's still some flexibility with the farm timing here from Adroit. I do have to say TNC's draft looks a lot better than Game 1. They're not leaving themselves in certain holes. I still feel like Adroit's draft is better overall, though.
Oh, I'd have to. I mean, I don't think there's any doubt about that, Chop. It does look a lot better now. If TNC can get the start going, if they can get Gabby some farm, get him a bit of momentum on this Ursa with Armel, I think they have a good chance of pulling off this victory. But if Adroit just played the way they played in Game 1, I don't think TNC have a chance. Not with this kind of stuff.
They just play so aggressively. TNC's lineup doesn't take too much farm. That's one great thing about having these kinds of cores. It's just the pace from Adroit is really, really fast. Oh man.
I love Adroit. I love how they're not intimidated by a big team like TNC. They just give it to them all the time.
Oh yeah.
I can respect that.
Prepare for battle.
This dual lane coming out from Adroit is interesting. Morphling Ench. I mean, it does happen. It can be potent. I like the start from CML. Of course, Blightstone straight up. Just gonna abuse that range. Up against an Abaddon, there isn't any range. So you can expect a lot of early damage coming out. I'm sure Tim's will try to make that a bit harder, but he's not gonna enjoy trading with the Enchantress as well.
If I had time to find a snack.
Here we go. It's a interesting lane. The thing is with the Enchantress though, you just dominate the lane. Like it's not. That's all she does. She just wins the lane for the morph. I mean, we kind of talked about the Enchantress up against the Abaddon. Just throw the impetus, blow up the shield, make it so you don't have KP just running up to Natsumi and auto attacking to try and get that curse off. CML though, surprisingly enough, has run down to the bot lane
30
now.
seconds to battle.
Wonder what they're up to here.
Could be looking at first blood at least. It is fairly potent, although I don't think you really want to force it out too much. There's a lot of control in against level 1 as well.
Smart going. They join in as well. They play aim. I think March is the best bet here.
Oh yeah.
That's a perfect block on Matt.
First blood.
The dream of every minute when they dungeon, getting first blood before the game starts. That's gonna mean Matt buying very early for.
Yeah, this does force him into level 1 slot, but that's really not too bad considering you are up against Armel. Anyway, it's a really good start. Adroit just giving themselves a lot more gold to play with and helping them win out the crucial 1v1 mid lane. Like, Mac does set a lot of that early pace for the team.
I really can leave the Morphling up top by himself. Like, CML is still down at the bot lane. Ben's there as well. They're running a bit of a try-in here up against Gabby. Of course, Mark is going to be there to help on the Grimstroke, but if you're going to run a try-in here up against this draft, I don't think it can make the in-sword combo work with the Earth. Just, you won't be able to put it.
Yeah, I think this is perfectly fine for Adroit. Like, Natsumi is not gonna die to an Abaddon, at least not until maybe level 3 when KB can run up and hit. But before then, it's just gonna be a farming lane for him anyway.
March just gets forced out of his own lane. Of course, seeing off just pass him up.
Oh, Gabby.
Now, great Fisher out from Boomy. Gabby does jump over that Fisher and uses it to his advantage. Meanwhile, March is around the world to get back into his bot lane. Does get a nice pull off while he's
Radiant's
coming back
top
in.
tower is on the rocks.
CML is going to be very disruptive. And I actually do like this because you're ruining the one good combination TNC really has. But they are going to end it now. Looks like CML will TP up the top lane. And that's the thing, if you're going to run the tri lane, you might be sacking Natsumi on the morph, which is really what you don't want. They will bring CML up to make sure he has good time.
Yeah, it's still not the worst of starts for Natsumi. I think he missed out a wave, but he's playing conservatively and once again, Philippine internet.
I never thought the day would come where I would be the one with the best internet. I really didn't.
Yeah, it's really easy when you're in Southeast Asia, Mike, or when you're with Southeast Asians, although KP playing a bit aggressive.
He is.
Enough.
He's an Abaddon. You know, he can do that. The problem is his shield really isn't going to last very long, but now a nice lift in from Tim's. CML, that Curse of Avernus on him is in big trouble, but a nice stun out from Natsumi. Tim's Fade Bolt not going to be available for a while, and so they won't bother. Mind you, CML is still at that level 1 point, so it's not like he can actually go for the heal. Just have to slowly heal himself up with some tangos.
Yeah, this is hurting his laning presence, but I guess Natsumi is not gonna mind too much. Again, his farm is starting to suffer though.
Gabby ends up finding Ben Soy down at the bot lane. It was that Inksport Earthshock combination. No, it wasn't actually. Gabby just kind of Earthshocked and March doesn't even have the Inksport leveled up. So Gabby, nice pick up to him. Ben Soy had the Icarus dive, doesn't actually commit it though. Meanwhile, Natsumi almost gets hit by a Fade Bolt there from Tim's to connect that Sunball. Very close call, but he will be okay.
Yeah, and you can see TNC starting to apply that laning pressure they want. KP's Abaddon is really starting to impact Natsumi's farm, although it's not like he's lagging behind KP too much. It's just a 1 CS difference, and I think when you're a Morphling in that kind of situation with this kind of lane, you're still gonna be okay with this situation.
Oh, of course. Well, the Morphling doesn't care. If KP's finding any sort of form of farm, he's just gonna keep farming himself. So it's a Morphling after all. He's just gonna have a great old time later on in this game. Gabby is having a decent old time himself though, right? He's got 16 last hits right now, Mendoza. He found 1 kill, and he's not really being contested right now. And that could be a real big problem for Adroit later on. Because the Morphling won't be able to fight back up against the Ursa through that mid game, right? Like, the Morphling does require a lot more farm. If Gabby can find that early Abyssal, he could start running over Adroit.
It's certainly one of the winning factors, getting that early farm up in Gabby, and he is saving it for the early Battle Fury, which will accelerate that farm. You have to ensure that Gabby's not going to get punished for that kind of farming build-out.
Well, technically, he should still die. He's been that kill, but he's side. He's not available right now. He should be able to put a secondary kill for Boomy. Delay things, it won't be enough. I think he favors Gabby here on the form of TNC, right? You don't like losing art like that. In fact, if you find Boomy, you're going to be even happier. Meanwhile, Tim is on the top lane, but Gabby is chasing down Boomy. He will eventually let that go. Natsumi did manage to get Tim's and the trap that route.
Just
So
like
both pod ones
your
right now are doing some very bad kills for themselves.
Yeah, they are getting a lot more in these exchanges, although, again, there is still a slight lead for Adroit overall in terms of net worth. Not much. It's still fairly even, tree to tree. I think TNCs need to hit some EXP points. You've got 6 up and running on Armel. Mac is level 6 as well. So that mid lane kill potential for both sides is fairly even. You have to look to Mac maybe getting a side lane rotation out.
It's going to be the fight over that 6-minute power rune, it seems. Matt actually going to chase down Armel in terms of mana. Power rune not going to be there. Nice fish around Mac. Stroke of fate does miss as well, but Tim's enough.
Radiant's courier just
And it was unfortunate for Matt because he actually had the run at the right spot prior to rendering down to the southern power rune spot, but yeah, he goes for the wrong one. He could have had a double damage.
Yeah, he did kind of play himself, although Boomy with that does hit really hard.
same as you,
He
Tiger.
does. Tim's trapped up right now. And, CML will be able to pick up the kill.
tower is under attack.
So they do at least, get another kill going for them on the side of Adroit, but you just don't want to lose your Ember like that.
Nah. It does still slow down Mac, and of course you are giving Armel more gold to play with, which isn't optimal. Like the Leshrac, once it has the Yules, is going to be a lot harder to deal with, is going to constantly pump out the damage, and TNC at this point looking to play aggressive.
Nice lift up on the Earthshaker, but now he's surrounded. Not quite bursted, however. They're unable to make the dive down to secure that kill on
Radiant's
the
middle
Ruby.
tower can't handle this
But
damage.
they do manage to at least get Boomy out of there.
Yeah, I think that's one of the things Adroit has to start playing around, is protecting Boomy. He's saving straight up the blue now. It's around that time when the Shaker does start to get a bit more farm priority, and I think Adroit's gonna have to wait out for that item pickup. We're committed to big fights, although Tim's
Radiant's courier has been
Back it
killed.
up. Trying to run away, but he gets rid of that. If the thing to make it easily kill. Boomy does stop the kill. I was gonna say, you definitely want to give that kill away to Boomy right now, because any bit of gold will really help.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Bot lane, Ben Soy, we get chased down. Ingswell won't end up picking him up before he does get the first side. So Gabby, not finding the kill, but he will be able to just get back to farm. Interestingly enough,
trying to
though,
bring down
he's
Radiant's
going to
top
battle. Ben Soy in a bit of trouble, doesn't have that dive. Gabby trying to secure this kill, gets down. Now he's running the wrong way, and that's because Matt around that Ember. It was all paid from Ben Soy. And they secured a very important kill here on the side of Adroit. And Matt now
Radiant's bottom tower
just go ahead and
faces a stiff
secure that
wind.
creep wave behind the neutral creeps. If we could just go back a second, John, that Battle Fury build on the Ursa, not sure if that's really going to pay off up against the Morphling.
yeah, get fighting seeps a lot from your so Egg has been committed 1st March. Oh yeah, he's gone.
Getting on the FM, off that egg. Does get stunned up and but another kill for the Ember. And with that, they're going to start pressuring that bottom of one tower.
Drunk sailor.
And this is one of the things that has better than TNC on their offlanes. The KP at 6 doesn't contribute in the same way. He gets tankier, he can cop a couple of extra copy attention, but he's not giving you a big teamfight utility spell. So he's just maintaining this lane up against Natsumi, and Natsumi's still finding farm.
That he is. They are going to come down to the bot lane, TNC. They know Max around there somewhere.
Are fortified.
So is Ben. They currently showing from that big. Now they both don't from that T1 tower, but you don't have off the Mac. I don't think. Gabby will get started. Mac will riddle base. Armel coming in that lightning, but it just does nothing. And this is just not great news for TNC, as they're making all these rotations, but they're not like on the trap all. I guess, but that's only some damage.
Yeah. And they lose KP as well. They lost KP, they lost the top tier 1. Adroit is slowly chipping away on the map, and TNC, they're still waiting for a lot more to come out. We were talking about the Battle Fury, and we never finished that conversation, but we see Ursus do this all the time. Rush the Battle Fury, try to play the farming game, and just that this helps Adroit a lot more. That's just more time for Natsumi to work on the shotgun, and talk about kite ability of the year. So once the shotgun's up, you have a lot more to worry about, because timing on the enrage has to be on point. Otherwise, even if you're not blown up, you are going to be this, and that's just as bad for Nurse.
Yeah, I really thought he was going to just try and go into the bash up and be a bit of some control there for Natsumi the rest of the game Adroit, but Battle Fury is going to be the build. Going to make it so they play a very slow game up against Adroit. You look at Gavin Farm, it's not exactly the top right now. Right now, Matt and Natsumi are sitting at the top of the network board. Still top tier 1 tower, going to be under siege now from TNC. Matt is there, a great chain down. Egg has been dropped as well. No, he will fall over, barely does survive in the end. Matt would love to keep going, but they are just way too far apart. The TNC now, they go for a bit of a reset back into Matt. He shouldn't expect it, but Spook does not connect. They just want that T1 tower.
Is under attack.
TNC, they will be able to take
Tower is
Gabby?
This is a stiff win.
Adroit did not go confident to try and fight. That was actually a very, very nice rotation from Gabby. Gets himself a free kill.
It's a nice, easy pick-off for TNC. They do manage to capture the outposts up top as well, but Adroit are just going to avoid for the rest. They are still giving Natsumi that space down bot. You are seeing him save up into an SNY. So Natsumi's the one who wants to play fast compared to Gabby. We just want to run in, right-click off, and start killing heroes early on.
You've got to love that Adroit, right? They're always this team in SCA that goes through very, very unique kind of drafts and item builds. How often do you see an SNY build on a Morphling? Vortex.
Yeah, it's not very common at all.
Lane setting up for a big team fight. KP going to be in big, big trouble. Matt is going to be able to really clean up here. Does find a double kill. So 3 heroes going down for the side of TNC once again, and Adroit can now start pressuring that mid-tier 1 tower.
Radiant's middle tower.
Yeah, they should be able to get a good amount of damage. That's going to be great control coming in. Boomy gets a big slam. He doesn't have the blink yet. He has it now. So if that's what he was doing without the blink, I'd hate to see what happens at TNC after.
One of those players, he just has fantastic positioning. It's very hard to know where he is at all times, and he just knows when to go into that perfect moment. CML gonna avoid a gank attempt there from TNC. Now TNC are gonna smoke up. They are going to bring Gabby along with them. Gabby is very close to finishing off that Battle Fury, but hasn't quite got it off yet. They are going to head down bot where Natsumi is in the Morphling, but he's already backing out as well, and it's a very, very nice scan out from the droid.
It's under attack.
Perfectly placed. They'll be out of it.
Yeah, and they really are just dancing around the map, wasting TNC's time. And it's all just working in favor for Adroit. They've got nice deep wards as well. So they should know where TNC is now that the smoke fades. And they can choose to try to force something out, although it looks like they are just happy finding farm. I mean, you're building up in the Morphling. You're building up on your Ember, who's going straight for the Desolator build. When you work into a right-click morph as well. So all the damage in the world will be coming out fairly soon for Adroit.
Bat at will. Now Mac actually gonna rotate
Radiant's
straight into
courier has
Mel.
been killed.
Does get the courier of Mark.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Mel trying to build into a Bloodstone, it seems, on that Leshrac, but in terms of Leshrac farm, as it goes, it's been a bit slow for him. Mid lane KP gonna get chased down now. A great fish around from Boomy. Blocking KP on that low ground. Nice soul bind out from March. KP still burning right now. No borrowed time left for him. He's just trying to run away, but Mac, do you want to keep going? No, the answer is not. He does back off. You really see the strength there from that Fisher from Boomy. He's this Earthtaker that constantly just ends up finding these amazing fishes during a team fight that just run off. In fact, right now, he gets another nice block off on Tims. Lift up on the Ember. Mac is inside like that. Sunray gonna be there. Tim should eventually just burn out. He's still trying to fight back, but no, he does go down. Mac, however, does not want to die like this. Now the Echo! He waits for the creep wave. It's so much damage up from Boomy into the end of Ben Soy. And Mac gets out of there scot-free. Oh, what an Echo slam from Boomy!
Oh man, I love the patience coming out there. It's like he just waited. KP just blew up right next to him, and he can't even find the Ember who is low. Adroit once more dancing around TNC. TNC, they've got to wait for these item buildups. Gabby has to be a bit careful. Needs to save up for the BKB. He's trying to go in.
They're just going to chase him down. CML is very, very low right now. Gabby's trying to juke his way out of this tree line from Mac. He does manage the TP up. You've got that Battle Fury up. It's just not going to be quite enough yet.
No, definitely not. It's just to speed up the farm. The BKB will be nice, but I think more importantly, you probably want the Blinker Abyssal coming out right after. You just need a way to go in, pin someone down, and blow them up immediately. And TNC doesn't have that. They're gonna have to wait a little bit longer for Gabby to find that farm. Adroit should be aware though. They need to kind of slow down Gabby. If they do give an opportunity there, it could swing if TNC finds some key pickoffs.
How do they find them though? Like, the lockdown's still the big problem here for TNC. The best you've got right now is Lift, and you've got Armel, Yules, and Star. That's really all you've got. You can make the argument that Inkswell's there as well for March, but it hasn't really been working out that way. Now, Gabby's trying to go for a Roshan, but he gets caught by well, with the Sunray from Ben Soy, he's taking out things. The main help out, Matt jumps in. They found CML, but they're gonna lose Gabby. And now, Mel is no way out of this situation. He's definitely dying. And Matt is already looking for another target. He's gonna be there as well. They burst down March. And on top of all that, it looks like they'll also find KP. Another Bishop block on KP. He's going to try and run away. He does have one time, but they're just going to follow him. Stalk the prey. And almost at the high ground, it's not quite. Matt will be able to secure the kill for the team. And John, they've got a Roshan to take. There's a double damage waiting for them. TNC started it. Gets the Roshan warmed up. Ben Soy thinking about denying the power really. Matt would kill if he did. Assuming we'll take the double damage.
Yeah, look at how much he hits. 190 plus 190. That's without his rate bands as well, so it's going to be a very quick take. I haven't even really seen Natsumi fully topped up. Like, he's saving for the Yags for the Shape combination. Oh! Boomy!
Natsumi is there as well. And Gabby's gonna get controlled up. He's gonna die. Mooney's getting all the tips this game.
I mean, you have to. That slam was perfect. TNC clump up on the high ground. They know there's a shaker. They were a lot more disciplined about the black hole spacing last game. This time around, Boomy is just eating them up.
We've seen this so many times from Boomy as well. He just tends to be able to land the big echoes every time, and now Adroit finished that mid-tier 2 tower.
Radiant's
It's going to be a
middle
very
tower
easy
is
tower to
under
take. If you
attack.
have that Deso, you have to always auto-attack them from
Radiant's middle
Natsumi.
tower has fallen.
Adroit continuing to take map control here in the TNC. It's hard to know what you can get done here.
My waters rise. Dire's top tower is about to take the plunge.
Let's start up on KP. Bishop not connect this time. KP should be fine anyway. He has the borrowed time.
Dire are
You
still
do have Matt coming in though.
a tool to teach.
And was being committed as well from Ben Soy. Little fights going on all across the map right now, it seems.
Wicked
Fight against Matt, but Matt just gets the kill. Cancel the he gets the chains off, and it was that easy.
You can't stand up against Mac. Like, he's got the desert, of course, the blade mail gives him more damage. He's building in crit stick into the Daedalus. So he is just all in on right clicks, and can't even really just toy with him right now as a support. And you look at that build up on Natsumi, the Ags, I think, is coming in. There you go. So Shaker Morphling time. It wasn't silly enough. It's gonna get a bit sillier now.
Oh, I love it.
Up against TNC.
Up against TNC. Things for it. Natsumi's got Sergeant Yasha, Morbid, Prez 1, and fucking Agony and Scepter. Excuse my French. It's insanity.
It is.
It is
There you
insanity.
go.
Like, his farm is crazy right now. Sitting at 12.5k.
You could just blow someone up.
Here we go. Bishop, perfect from Natsumi.
There you go.
Another Bishop from Boomie. Just makes the wall bigger.
Oh,
Now Tim gets jumped on. Is gonna die.
Monster
Bang.
kill.
Natsumi just one.
oh man.
You gotta run away. You don't want this combo does sort of. He's run this many times. Soul Fight is gonna be there, however. Silence is out as well.
Is
And they
under
secure these kills. They're big deals here for TNC, but Ben's, you just don't have the lockdown.
Dire's top tower.
Everybody just
is
running
about
away
to
right
take
now.
the
Shield
plunge.
does explode, Ben Toy just uses the Icarus time and gets out of there.
Dire's top
This is just
tower
getting
is
even
under
tougher.
attack.
You've got the disarm on Ben Soyo. Even if Gab is around to right click, he's not gonna get any hits off.
Radiant's bottom tower
Oh, man.
faces a stiff wind.
Yeah,
That tower damage.
There's a lot of tower damage. Fisher out. Mark explodes. TNC trying their best to defend this tier 3 tower.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Matt is just so confident right now. Has the crystals up as well as the Daedalus, as the Desolator. Smoke gonna be there for TNC. It's the only way they can really initiate
Tower
this
has
team
rung its
fight.
last bell.
Dire's top tower is about to take the plunge.
There's the stun. KP gonna have that borrowed time pop. Another great vision round, but a great stun out, and well, they hit the ages. That's a big stun. So now Matt, he'll just jump in, and he does take care of the extra Ben, so he's also gonna die. But Matt's through his problem. He found a double, but Gabby, he finds a double as well. They have lost the melee barracks, but they are finding kills. Boomie gets a fish up, follow-up fisher coming out. More fishes, there's a third fish from Tim.
Oh man.
They're running full spread at Radiant's bottom
And
barracks.
they come in, they
Radiant's
pick up
bottom
the
barracks
racks,
have fallen.
and Adroit apparently aren't done yet. They want
Radiant's
to keep
middle
going.
tower can't handle this deluge.
Yeah, I mean, why not? They have the damage. The respawns aren't going to be too long, and they know TNC can't really do too much about it, although they will back off now, play a bit more conservatively. You take a look at Natsumi saving up for the shotgun next, So now no one's gonna survive when he comes in. They're really just gone. Hey, you lived through this one. Oh? Uh-oh.
Natsumi's like, oh no.
Oh no.
They have all the vision.
Oh no!
He jumps in for the end.
Double kill.
Oh, it's the calm before the storm, John. They just wait so patiently. Well, in the back lines, Gabby does BKB TP away. KP also gets out of there. I'm starting to learn a very valuable lesson here today, John. Apparently, you cannot give Adroit Adroit the Earth Shaker. It's a big...
Oh no. You never do. Boomy is just so comfy in that hero. I'd say it's his signature. That and the Enigma. So the fact that Adroit's been able to pick up those heroes, you're asking for trouble from Adroit if you let them have those.
Just keeled over. Radiant's
Natsumi
middle
just goes
barracks
into
are
the
under attack.
mid-racks. His team is winning right now. Currently, KP is trying to get away from Boomy. He can't TP because he knows that it's cancelled. So KP sneaky funny. His racks. See, it's Martin. Bell will die. Gabby the only one left. KP doesn't get the TP off, but now the chains are up from Pat. He's falling both his heroes. March, he'll buy back. But again,
Radiant's middle
that's the
barracks.
question. How do you defend it?
You can't. At least Meg just yet. There's a tier 2 still waiting, but it's not gonna live too long. And TNC, they need to find a way to defend. It's just they don't have the best high ground here. There's not much team fight coming out. You've got Scotty now on Natsume, so just 4 stats and we're dead.
Now they jump in, they find March again, it's a dive back on the Grimstone, Tim's going to go down, Gabby trying to fight back, he gets the edge, he might find 30 but no, there'll be a Yule's out, Gabby will run out of his rage and he will die, and that'll be a JD call being made from TNC. Adroit get a 2-0 to start off their day.
Oh yeah, it's a great start for Adroit. Not the best for TNC. It has been a rough few months for TNC, and man, it's whew.
Radiant's turn to ban.
Dire's ban now.
Here's the Radiant ban.
The Dire get a ban. Ten seconds.
For our second series on the day, it's going to be between TNC Predator and Boom Esports. It is MLP Dota and Drake's Fire. John, you look like you're concentrating on something very hard, sir. What's going on?
I'm just wondering how this one will go. TNC, they've had a bit of an up and down start. The past few months haven't been great. It's kind of keeping up with what happened in Birmingham for them. It wasn't the best showing for TNC. Boom isn't any easier than Adroit. Although, to be fair, TNC did beat them out in a different league just before. They did manage to get that 2-0. So perhaps TNC can do that again. I think Boom should know what's coming up. It looked like in that series, the key was Gabby's Ricky. That was the constant pick among those two games. We'll see whether or not TNC will be allowed to pick that up. Of course, you have to consider the fact that they're subbing in Febby right now. It looks like Tim's had to kind of be out for this game, so we'll see if that really affects TNC too much.
Well, that could be problematic. Tim's, I dare say Tim's, it's that one player that really starts the fights. KP isn't necessarily the guy that initiates, even though he is the plus 3 player. He's more the kind of guy that may...
The Dire get a ban. Ten seconds.
5 seconds remaining. Radiant's turn to pick.
Dire's turn to pick. Earth Shaker. Dire's turn to pick.
Radiant's turn to pick.
Mirana.
Ten seconds.
5 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Drug. 10 seconds.
5 seconds remaining. Radiant's turn to pick.
Wraith King. The Dire get a ban.
Phantom Assassin.
Seconds.
5 seconds remaining. Radiant's turn to ban. Radiant's turn to pick.
Dire's turn to pick. Tide Hunter. Seconds.
5 seconds remaining.
Choose your hero. Prepare for battle.
“我是一个没有感情的刷钱机器。”
30 seconds to battle. And we're clear for running.
Well, well. First blood!
Toast the first droplets and the torrents to come. Denied.
Warriors of the wood. Radiant fortified their structures. Attack the heroes!
The prize is mine.
Throw a line to Radiant's middle tower.
It's sinking, just like your ships.
Perfect.
Who fells me?
Rot.
Radiant's middle tower can't handle this deluge.
Haste.
Warriors of the wood.
Dire have the spyglass at hand.
Dire's top tower needs some friends.
Same as you, Tide Hunter. Radiant's courier just drowned in a pool of blood. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Dire's top tower is about to take the plunge.
Radiant's middle tower can't handle this deluge.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is about to take the plunge. Dire's top tower is under attack.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
Radiant's middle tower can't handle this deluge. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower just killed.
Swifter than ever. Yes.
Radiant's bottom tower is staggering.
Like a Dyer's middle tower is under attack. Radiant think fortification can
Radiant's bottom
save
tower
them.
is under attack. Any port in a storm. Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
Dyer's top tower needs some friends.
Same as you, Tidehunter.
Radiant fortified their structures. Attack the heroes. Dyer's middle tower is under pressure.
Radiant's courier has been killed. They're fishing for guppies with cannon fire. Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Dyer's courier just
Dyer
went belly
has
up.
a spyglass at hand. Radiant's bottom tower faces a stiff wind.
Bounty. Dyer's top tower is about to take the plunge. Dyer's top tower is under attack.
Killing spree!
My life fade
Your
from
hopes
memory.
fade tonight.
Dyer's top tower is about to take the plunge. Dyer's top tower is under attack.
Radiant's bottom tower faces a stiff wind.
Dire's middle tower is drowning.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
An arcane trick, but I like it. A king and his court should never part.
Radiant structures are fortified. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower faces a stiff wind. Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
Shadows, take us.
Radiant using echolocation in one form or another.
There shall be shadows by the acres.
Throw a line to Radiant's middle tower.
It's sinking. Carry your ships.
Long enough.
Dire are scanning for enemies. Dire's bottom tower won't last long. Roshan falls again. Like Dire's bottom tower is Dire's bottom tower. Couldn't withstand the tide. Dire's bottom tower won't last long.
They're trying to bring down Radiant's top tower.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Radiant's top tower is on the rocks.
Radiant's top tower. Just Dire's bottom tower is about to flounder.
Really tight, Hunter. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is on the rocks.
For the treasury. Bounty. Dire's top tower is under attack.
Radiant are scanning for enemies. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower can't handle this deluge. Radiant's middle tower has fallen. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified. Radiant's middle tower can't handle this deluge.
Killing Radiant's top tower is about to take the plunge.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Gotta keep limber. Impossible muster.
Vanish.
As a sapling, the worms will have you. Good soil. Is about to flounder.
Killing spree! Dominating!
Dire's bottom tower won't last long.
我是一个没有感情的刷钱机器。
Coin for me.
Batter up! Kill the living and smash the stone.
They're trying to bring down Radiant's top tower. Radiant's top tower is on the rocks.
Dire are standing for enemy.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower has fallen. Radiant's middle tower just healed over.
A wise king always has an army in the wings.
Radiant's bottom tower faces a stiff wind. Radiant's middle barracks have fallen. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Dire's top tower is about to take the plunge.
Yes!
Mega kill! Ownage!
They had their chance.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Don't have trust in your eyes.
Is the cure.
Dire are scanning for enemies.
The prize is mine!
Grace unseen.
Radiant are scanning for enemies.
Bounty.
That went well, I think.
Dire's middle tower is under pressure. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower has fallen.
Uproot and after them. The seeds
Dire are scanning for enemies.
Vanish.
You know what to do. Dire are scanning for enemies. Dire's bottom tower won't last long. Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
shadows take us.
Trying to bring down Radiant's top tower. Radiant structure. Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Coin for me.
They're trying to bring down Radiant's top tower.
Don't mind if I do.
Radiant are scanning for enemies.
The seeds of fortune.
Radiant's bottom barracks have fallen. Is on the rocks.
Killing spree!
Double kill. Tower is under attack.
Brush beats scythe.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
What's this? Dire fortified their structures? Radiant's middle tower can't handle this deluge.
Dire's top tower is gone. Dire's top barracks have fallen. Someone should help Dire's top barracks.
Waves are breaking against Dire's top barracks.
Dire's top barracks have fallen.
Radiant's middle tower can't handle this deluge. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Double damage. Illusion.
Bounty! Dire are scanning for enemies. Go for me.
Shadows, take us.
The seeds of fortune. Dire's middle tower is drowning.
Radiant's middle tower can't handle this deluge.
Dire's middle tower is drowning.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen. Radiant's middle tower can't handle this deluge.
Dark road I go.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Dire's courier has been killed.
Salamene smiles upon me.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
Dire's middle barracks might fall.
It's a spout of violence.
This lot.
Allies disappear.
Dire's courier has been killed.
By a bigger fish.
And then by me.
The stench of death is upon you.
The prize is mine.
Coin.
Radiant's courier just drowned in a pool of blood. Radiant's courier has been killed.
In the ocean.
Can't ford an ocean.
Meepo! 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 Meepo!
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
I can't wait to see Radiant's top barracks fall.
Radiant's top barracks are fallen. Radiant structures are fortified. Radiant's top barracks have fallen.
Shadows take us.
Radiant's middle tower just keeled over.
say when we're done, Kuga. Dire's ban now. Ha 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 ha! I wreck any undersea cable I get my hands on! 10 seconds.
Here's the Radiant ban.
The Dire get a
Radiant's
ban.
turn to ban.
Ten seconds.
5 seconds remaining.
What's to be an amazing best of 2 between Boom Esports and TNC Predator is
The Dire's top tower is under attack.
Yesterday, it wasn't the greatest showing as well. That was the best we've seen, and Boom still finds their number. So there has to be something that comes out from TNC. Based on the bans, they could have the opportunity for that Ricky for Gabby. And again, that's something we've seen them have a lot of success with. Maybe they just need to go back to that.
I think what Boom need to do though, Dreamercell needs to go out and buy himself a lottery ticket, John. Because Gabby, at the end of that last team fight, how many times did Gabby hit that Skeleton King?
Here's
Not
the
one
Radiant
crit.
ban.
Not one crit at the end. He must have hit him at, it was at least 10 times.
Yeah.
Just not getting lucky enough to hit the coup de grace, excuse me, not coup. It is coup de grace. Well, anyway, we are into a new draft. Boom Esports versus TNC. Boom will take a 1-0 lead against TNC for now, but as we can see from that first game, TNC are not here to play around. They are definitely trying to at least draw out the series now. And judging from that Game 1 performance, they could easily do so. That's a few draft changes though. I've got to say, Armel at the end of the game looked amazing, right? He was throwing out the hexes constantly, he was buying so much space for TNC, but the hero itself didn't really feel like an Armel hero, right? He couldn't go in there and really help out Gabby. All he could do is sight the Vice, he'd throw out a Sprout here and there. Yeah, he was hitting hard, but ultimately his job seemed to be to just keep creating space for the PA. And I don't know, I like to see Armel on a hero where he can actually just jump in and help out, right? Like, we're used to seeing Armel on these kind of heroes like TA, who's just happy to start brawling. You'd prefer to see him on something like that, I think, going into Game 2.
Yeah, I think that's something that TNT does play around with, right? Armel is their tempo setter, and there's only so much an NP can set the tempo with beyond split pushing. So if they give him a hero with more presence, that might help their cause. TNC though, start off with that Grimstroke. We saw a lot of work coming out from March with that Dark Portrait Illusion. It was causing so many issues for Boom earlier on. So if Boom reaches that point with a very farmed core, you've still got March, and if you can find the goal to get that Ags, you're going to have that option available.
By the way, in case you hadn't noticed, John, Becky's gone, Tim's is back.
Oh.
Tim's was sitting there, but behind the screen, just seething just to be there. That was a Tim's game, right? If you wanted Tim's in any game, that was the game for him to be involved in. But he is back now. We do see Boom Esports after the Grimstreak pick. They do go into the Lone Druid, so that's a very, very different kind of first pick. We haven't seen that at all. Well, from yesterday anyway, from all those games we saw yesterday, not one Lone Druid pick. It does come out for the first time in the game, and they will follow up the clockwork.
Yeah, I think that's a great start for Boom. The clock is something they pick up a lot. They do tend to toss it to hide, but every now and again they give it to FBZ. So you've got that flexibility in the posterior 4 clock. The LD though, I think really ties into Boom's strength. Right, you're going to be pushing fast, you're going to be fighting fast if you wanted to. It can be a farm-heavy hero if you play it that way, but based on how Boom has been running, I don't think they're going to take too long to bring that LD to the front. So it's a solid start for Boom. They've got great ways to clear the objectives. TNC, they need a comfort pick to come out. The Brewmaster's available if they want it for KP. I think that could be pretty disruptive.
Could be. You've also still got the Earthshaker there for Tim's right now that hasn't been banned out. It's been a very high priority pick, but that would reveal both your supports for Boom Esports anyway, right? Like, you'd almost expect that Earthshaker to come out now. The only thing I'd see is being a problem here for that Earthshaker is you've got a clockwork. And Battery Assault just completely ruins Earthshaker. His attack and his spell animations are way too long. Battery Assault will cancel Fisher over and over again. They do not care. It is Tim's on the Earthshaker. He will take it. But that is their support duo being opened up straight off the bat.
And that's going to leave them vulnerable to something sneaky coming out. Maybe for the mid lane here, for Mikoto, could expect something a bit slippery. Something the Shaker and Grimstroke don't punish, so that does leave TNC slightly vulnerable as the draft goes on. We mention this every time we see a support duo first, but that's just the way it goes. Still, TNC, they always pick the Shaker up. We know Tim's does fantastic work with it. Febby was doing a great job as well. It's just, there was that one moment where it whiffed in the bot lane that really comes to mind. Hopefully you're not going to have that. It happens,
right?
It happens.
We literally every play has done that. And if somebody tells me they have never whiffed an Echo Slam, I can't believe you. You're a liar. It's happened to every single person. Of course, this is a pro match, but sometimes you forget the radiance is there, and your blink goes on cooldown for 3 seconds. You just don't notice. Still, final bans now coming out. TNC Predator, they ban out the Lich. Boom Esports will respond with a Void ban, which is very interesting. We haven't had the pleasure of seeing the Faceless Void as of yet. Throughout this BTS Pro Series Season 2. But more importantly, Esports now did a third pickup. I believe that is going to be a possible clockwise. I think, I always tell you this, but possible clock, in my opinion, is one of the most underrated supports you could have. I think it's unbelievably strong. But we'll see. We'll see what Boom Esports thinks with this third pickup now. We should be seeing a +5 pick. Do they go and Wyvern again? We did see Kescute. He was having a great old time on that Wyvern.
I think that
could work for his team.
That could work out. I think that gives him a lot of great team fight. The Clockwork's not going to give you that much team fight, right? It goes in, it focuses on a single target. Maybe it splits up the fight. But the Winter Wyvern does give you a lot better of a clump up and a lot better control in a wide area. So they were looking for a +5 there. I wouldn't blame them for that. They go with the AA instead, which is great clock, right? You clock in, you cogs up, easy target for the AA to follow into. Allows them to not worry about sustain. So this takes away a lot of heroes for TNC. Even something like the Troll is not gonna shine too well up against an AA. Just a great pick for Boom. Plays into their aggression nicely. So I am liking Boom's opening a lot more. I think it plays to their strengths a lot more, and TNC, yeah, they've got the Shaker for Kims. They need a lot more to come out here.
That they do. They do have their third pickup now. Arguably probably going to be the KP hero to pop out. He had a great time performance last game, doing so much work, but It has been banned out. You brought up the Brewmaster though. For now, they go for the Flex Pick and the Void Spirit. We have seen that quite a few times in the off lane. We've seen it in the mid lane. I believe you and I, we've even casted it in the safe lane at some point. So it can really go anywhere. I would assume it's going to be the off-lane hero, but it's not really something I think of when I think of KP.
Yeah.
He does tend to enjoy those beefier kind of off-lanes that, again, just like to create havoc in the fights. And Void Spirit, not really exactly one of those heroes.
No, it isn't, but I believe KP has played it for TNC a couple of times.
He has.
So it's a viable option there. Yeah, it's a viable option there. How much you can get is a different question. It's quite strong with Grimstroke though, right? You jump in, you've got the Ink Spell on, very easy follow-up, very easy way to find a kill. So it's potent in that sense. It gives TNC some early pacing to play around with. Once you hit 6, you should be able to give the Shaker some time to farm the Blink, and mention that when the Shaker is picked up, but pause for a Shaker does need space to find a farm for a Blink, so the Spirit should enable that, and that is certainly still playing into what TNC wants. Boom, though, they're not kidding around. DK comes out, very flexible pick, right? Have the mid laner, the off laner quite set in. It gives them great push. So you've got the L and the DK who can just melt these towers fast. I think Boom wants to pull that fast pace back for game 2.
I can't blame them. And I gotta say, I love that DK pick coming out. Lone Druid DK is a devastating amount of push that can be there. Not to mention, like, you've got these two tanky frontliners now in the Spirit Bear and the DK. Can make it very, very tough to go into those backlines where you're going to try and find that ancient apparition, right? If you're this Void Spirit, you're going after the Lone Druid himself, you're going after the AA, you're trying to burst those down, and then go on to something like the DK a bit later on. TNC now, they have a pick that can deal with both the Lone Druid and the DK. The Necrophos.
I'm a bit iffy on that one. It's great burst and control, right, for those two heroes. But your sustain is not there. AA just takes it away.
Right.
Be healing up in these fights. So the durability of the Necrophos, I'm not sure if it's going to be there, but in terms of control and burst, it helps out massively in pinning down one of these two heroes. I think that is still giving Boom a lot more to play with. Like, they've got last pick. TNC has to close this draft out, so they're going to reveal for us if the Void Spirit's off or mid with his last pick. The last pick should be a Gabby hero. I mean, the Ricky might make an appearance if they wanted it to. You've got a pretty solid lineup for it. Whether or not you can eat through the LD or the DK with the Ricky though early on, probably not. So there's going to be a bit of a
5 seconds.
The Ricky is nice against the LD though, right? You can just blink onto the actual Lone Druid and just burst him down, ignore the pair altogether. It's something we've seen a lot being picked into the Lone Druid. If there's ever been a time to take it, it's probably now. Not necessarily great up against the DK, but you have the Necrophos for that, so you're not too worried about that side of things. Back on the point of the AA versus Necrophos, I think the idea from TNC is that the Void Spirit will take care of that support AA straight off the bat. Now, I do question whether he even gets to that point. Whoa, we have a terribly popping out for TNC.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Radiant's turn to pick.
Choose your hero.
我是一个没有感情的刷钱机器。我是一个没有感情的刷钱机器。我是一个没有感情的刷钱机器。
30 seconds to battle.
At last, the battle begins!
Denied!
Radiant's courier just drowned in a pool of blood.
What ails you?
No money for you.
Done both the freaking back. Top lane, FBZ, gonna be able to find Gabby on that Terrorblade as well. And this is this is what we're really talking about. You've got to be very wary if you are the Terrorblade, because you are susceptible to dying like that. And you can't forget, it's not a clockwork AA combination up at top lane, but you have Dragon Tail Cold Feet. It's almost just as good. You will be able to secure kills on the Terrorblade assuming you do land that combination. It pings, bot lane, Makoto. Locked up, a great push around from Tim's. Can you lock him down long enough though? KP is kind of out of mana right now. I don't think they're going to have the damage output. It burned through some regen, but Makoto, he still has one charges and the bottle up. Be fine to just keep trading here as Kesku. Gonna go on to KP. Has level 2 battery assault, but doesn't opt to bother trying as Tim's was still around. But now we'll see Hydro take down. So he feels safe to leave FBZ up the top lane by himself. And with Hyde there, you can guarantee kills onto KP. Kind of like this, where you get the battery assault cons. KP trying to run away, they slow him up. He can Ghost Shroud, but that only amplifies the damage. He will end up dying, but now Armel makes a rotation. He is going to find the support Clockwork trade. And luckily for him, because he has the haste rune, he can rotate back mid very, very quickly. You won't really find Hyde though on that AA. Would have been a nice secondary support kill if they could have. Hit a bit of a power spike now for Armel, where he can just rotate around the map and just try to secure kills for his team and create all kinds of havoc. And as well as that, looks like KP's made the call that he wants to be in the mid lane now. That Pugna Clockwork lane is just going to be way too rough for him. Speaking of that Clockwork, Kescute being blocked up by the Fisher now throws out the cogs, but Tims will be able to secure the kill now on the Earthshaker on the back of all the damage that Armel is dealing as well. Essentially for Armel, this is going to be his life for a while, just trying to kill people off.
Yeah, that's what you expect from a Void Spirit though, and I did try to fix my internet. I'm not sure if it's really helping, is it?
You sound fantastic, sir.
Oh, okay. Good.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
Welcome back, by the way.
Thank you. Looks like a fair bit of aggression came out here during that downtime, but one thing that's been consistent is Gabby's farm. He's still 53 to 5. He's died once, but at this point, Gabby's perfectly happy staying in the jungle.
Just generally what you see on the from the Terror Blades, they just find a few Wraith bands and make that rotation into the jungle. Bot lane, however, Armel still on a tear here, finding Hyde now on that AA.
Top tower needs
His second kill of the game, but I believe that's the third kill he's participated in thus far. Finds a nice little invis rune to bottle up as well while he's at it. Straight back down the bot lane, where we will see Hyde TP down to. He will slowly but surely start being surrounded. Even Gabby showing up now. Has that level 3 meta. It looks like it's time to try and push down a tier 1 tower.
Yeah, they've got the scan off as well. They know someone's hiding here, and Armel should find himself a nice kill.
Poor Hyde. It's gonna go down very, very easily. Now, that'll be a guaranteed trade on those tier 1s as well. Of course, Boom Esports did find their own tier 1 up at top lane. And it's off the back of Dreamercell, who has been farming rather nicely on that Lone Druid. Currently sitting at 4.2k net worth, and we are going to have another pause. We do have the...
I was practicing my
unpause like that, I don't think. You've got to kind of tell them. I believe it was probably a mistake, and yeah, Makoto, he was trying to pause at the same time.
Oh,
that's why he...
Yeah, that's unfortunate, but you know, Southeast Asian internet fast reconnect, so that's a good sign. Nope, not a fast reconnect.
Sure, he'll be back soon.
Yeah, it's still looking a bit better here for TNC early on. I think that top tier 1 does put a bit of a dent in the areas where Gabby can farm. But the pace with the activity from Armel.
He's gonna make the way back into mid. Armel, of course, going to be going for that Spirit Vessel rush, which will really work out quite nicely up against all the heroes of Boom Esports. So denying some of that heal off from the Pugna, as well as just really dealing with that DK and the Lone Druid. KP, if he can...
where Cog's battery assault might not be enough without follow-up.
I know soon they might run into each other. Boom is, again, going to just try to control off that dive jungle. It's really important when you're up against a Terrorblade. Luckily, Gabby, understanding this, does go straight down to the Radiant side jungle and farm there instead. He can slowly apply this T2 tower pressure as well, if he is left alone. Like, even just leaving an illusion there on the Tier 2 tower can be kind of annoying for Boom to try and deal with, but Makoto will already be there just to make sure. And now a smoke up from TNC, and they're going to run straight into KSQ. Not quite the kill they wanted. I believe they did really want Dreamer Soul on that lone Druid, and that's why they ran north. Luckily for Dreamer Soul, KSQ was there to break the smoke, and well, he's just going to go for a quick TP out. Nobody going to notice him TPing. He'll be fine to get out of there. But Hyde does end up going down to Gabby in the meantime. Now the outpost being taken away by TNC. That is not great for Boom. They are kind of relying on that outpost XP to get both their supports up in terms of levels, and now it's denied off.
Yeah, it's a really big win for TNC. Again, a much better start for them here as we reach the 10-minute mark. Boom, there's still going to be EXP starved. We talked about this earlier, but KSQ's still at 3. You don't even have 5 on Hyde. And this does mean that Boom can't be as aggressive as they'd want to be.
Bottom lane, Armel, Arcane Rune in the bottle, feeling confident. He'll spot out FBZ, but he doesn't have too many teammates around him right now. Doesn't feel like he can make that jump. However, Boom Esports would happily oblige if he did want to. Gotta be careful though now. Tim's does eat the tomb and does have level 6. Of course, still no blink up on the Earthshaker, but he's getting closer and closer as time goes on. And instead, TNC want to be the ones to try and force in towers, and they'll go after that Tier 1 mid. FBZ will get jumped on. Atron up there with a nice Bishop block onto FBZ. Now the Reaper sighting the Echo, just to make sure he does end up dying. And they can definitely secure that Tier 1 mid with his Terrorblade meta.
Yeah, it's gonna be hard for Boom to fight in. They don't have their ults. They are splitting with Mikado up top as well. Mikado did do some damage to the Tier 2, but he comes back in.
Radiant's middle tower
Dream assault.
handled this deluge.
Trying to send that Spirit Bearer in to do something. It's not as tanky as you would hope at the moment. Some nice Bishop splitting up the team fight from Tim's. KSQ getting jumped on, does survive with the Kongs. Dreamer Soul trying to run away with that Spirit Bear. Sends it back in. Dreamer Soul getting it rooted off here onto the Terrorblade. The Pepperfy there as well. He's in trouble. Gabby will get blown up. But you cannot underestimate how much he does. Now Armel trying to get out of there. He will Astral Step. The rest of TNC will be fine. But the problem is you did not find the mid Tier 1 and you did not end up safely.
Yeah, it's a major issue for TNC. Just losing Gabby like that always hurts. He's number 1 in that port right now. It's their mid Tier 1 that is going to be taken. And Boom just pushes faster. It's just that simple.
It's substantially faster. Like, once you have the Master Madness up on this Spirit Bear, it is kind of crazy how fast he can take down towers. And even that casual Blightstone on the actual lone Druid is, you know, really amplifying that damage from everybody.
It really is, and TNC, I think the best they can hope for is Armel to continue to hunt down people. Looks like he has his sights set on KSQ.
Yeah, gets Bishop up, does throw the Kongs out, but Armel will happily just jump in. Ice Class was coming in case. It does actually connect on Armel, who jumped into it. Makoto just needs a bit more damage. But it won't be enough. Armel should be just fine to walk out with his life intact. They all TP up towards the top lane now, where they're going to try and deal with Dreamer Cell. He is going to TP. Tims needs to get a Fisher off ASAP. Can't find one.
It's a missed opportunity. Right now, you really want to be able to punish Dreamo Cell. He's had a bit too free of a time, and he's just been steadily farming up towards what looks to be an MKB.
It's getting to that point where it might be too late. Like, this draft from Boom Esports is really starting to come out online. TNC may need to just try and play the avoid game as Kescue now looking for a hook shot on the clock. Won't quite find an angle, nor does he find a hero, but he will as Armel just kind of runs straight into them. He can actually step away, the hook shot is perfect from Kescue.
Oh.
Just slipping right through that tree line.
Yeah, just the discipline in chaining those stunts and having the cogs right outside takes away the serve TNC. They do still maintain a 3k lead here. A lot of that is just riding on Gabby though. So you're bleeding out in a lot of your other cores. They are smoked up trying to find something, but even if they find FBZ, I don't think he minds on DK.
Nah, he won't mind. He's actually going to TP out. They're not going to get him in time. The only way to stop that was the blind fish from Tim's, but he couldn't see anything.
Is under attack.
And now with that rotation being made down bot lane, look at Dream Assault. Up at the top of Makoto, easily just pushing into T2 tower, forcing out the blitz. You've got Kescue there as well, who has hook shots cooldown in 5 seconds. There's no way to defend this. Boom will just make it free.
Is under attack.
Yeah, they can't even push out the bot lane as well as a trade. There's just not a fast push coming out, even if you commit the metamorphosis. It's just less strong. They could try to go for the mid, but they've kind of split up now.
Bounty.
Armel, gotta be careful, Kescue. He's looking for that angle. He waits for the simulate. Rocket Flare will not get vision, and Armel will get out of range. But there's another thing you have to be scared about here if you're TNC. Of course, when you have a lone druid, you always have that Roshan potential. It's not going to be very hard to take that Roshan down quickly with a Pugnet DK lone druid. Boom Esports, I'm sure they'll slowly but surely start warding around that pit, getting prepared for it.
Yeah, it's gonna be a very easy objective for them to take. They've got control of the map as well. They could just... Gabby is farming in a very unsafe area. He is spotted out.
Odo gonna be there to crepify another blast. FBZ coming in now. He has to start. No Dragon Tail yet. He waits for the Manta. Now Manta expended. He wants up with the life frame as well. The hook shot. Kescue will make sure he dies. They do at least find a trade onto the partner, but Armel now needs to run away. Tim's will fish up and allow some space for his Void Spirit. But Boom Esports, you trade a Pugler for a Terrorblade, I think you're happy.
You're very happy with that trade. You're just taking away that investment TNC's putting into Gabby. Again, that slight lead TNC has, a lot of it is just on Gab. So you're not finding maximum value from that Terrorblade so far. And every single time he dies, Boom just gets happier. They can shove out a lane, they can slowly build up. Dreamo Cell's still waiting on that MKB, should be running soon, although.
Alpha's taken, Kescue taking a bit of damage, but the thing is with support Clockwork, he is actually a little bit tempted. It's kind of hard to burst him down. And Armel just doesn't really have the damage unless you hit him for a prolonged amount of time, and now the top lane gets burst down. That's that Ice Blast you talked about against KP's Necrophos. It is going to be a problem. Well, that's why.
Radiant structures off.
Yeah, there's just no way you survive unless you've got a way to bail yourself out. And it's not easy. The Necrophos' strength is on the edge. You're not going to have an edge to play on without hero here.
Onto that Q2 mid spot. Not going to be the fastest push, but
middle tower
I say that. Flask of Madness on the Spirit Bear. Dakota with the blast. They did make these towers tankier, but you've still got heroes that tend to do them quite easily nonetheless. KB will show himself mid. March will also TP in, but it looks like Boom are just happy with forcing those rotations. They'll back off again. Just keep making TNC chase you around the map. That's the objective, it seems.
Yeah. They are playing that quite well, Boom. TNC's not finding the targets they want with these chases. Armel has really just not farmed. He's been constantly around the map, and this is going to hurt his Ags timing. You know, he found those early kills, which were great. It slowed down a lot now. And that just means you're tearing farm away from Gabby if you do try to go into the jungle.
Mid lanes or some Terrorblade illusions in will be enough to force the deny of the tier 1 tower. Dream Assault will not give any free gold out. Now, TNC roaming through the jungle. Looks like Kesku does catch out Tims. Tims had the Blink Dagger up, but does end up dropping regardless as it was cancelled by Kesku. I guess now if you're TNC, you're just playing the waiting game here for Gabby, who is still trying to farm up that Eye of Skadi on the Terrorblade. But while you're farming that up, there's an MKB up now on Dreamosaur Spirit Bear.
Just makes it a lot harder to tank through that damage on Dreamosaur. Not only that, but I believe Mikado has his first day gone up.
Uh-oh. Gabby farming right next to Boom. Tien jumps in, gets an epic slam on the lone Druid. Do they have enough though?
No!
He'll be fine. He will not die. And now Armel will jump in, but that lone Druid, he's so tanky right now. Kesku at least will die. Reaper Sight will be enough. They do secure the kill, and now FBZ needs to get out of there. Clumsy net, not going to help his cause. He will die. They will chase for the final kill around them. Hyde. He'll be alright, he gets that time as well. But that's a 3-for-1 trade. The only one to die was Tim's on the Earth. And that's really the potency of KP's Reaper's Sight. Everything else can deal with the lone Druid, apart from this Necrophos.
Yeah, it's a great fight for TNC. One thing with Boom there was that Mikado was so far away. He wasn't that far, and that did cost them. They need a way to mitigate the damage coming out from Gabby. They did not have it there. He's doing a lot of work as well from Armel to stop our DK from being a tanky boy. So TNC now starting to find ways to chip away at Boom, but Boom probably not feeling too phased after that.
Top lane, Armel. Nice kill, FBZ. Oh, Dragon's Hair off. Would have been a basic insta-kill had he stunned, but looks like there was a bit of confusion there.
Yeah,
he's not happy about it, that's for sure. Armel does get out scot-free. They still go though. Oh, perfect from Kesku. Think about playing clockwork, John. You've got to find angles. The Kesku continues to find them, just on the edge of that hook.
Yeah, just bring them something. That kill, not the biggest kill of course, but you're getting gold on your clock. That is helpful. This allows us to go into the Roche pit, and it should be fairly quick once Dreamosaur joins in.
Yeah, we talked about this Roche arm before. It's going to be a really fast Roche with the and TNC not in position to try and counter this Roche arm. They have smoked up now. They do have time. Echo is down to 15 seconds left, but they still try to go for a steal. Big way to FBZ stuns and loot. Roshan still up and has the bounty being on the AA, and Hyde is actually going down to Armel. Still, Roshan is very low, but Armel does claim the bounty. That's the way of winning. And FBZ kill off Armel on that point. Echo is going to be there from Tims, landing on 2, but it's not enough. Tims will die to Makoto. That Spirit Bear hitting away onto KB, and he has no Reaper Sight target. He is going to die as well. It's a triple kill out from Makoto. The Tims come out from the clock, and it's just that off hit. They just didn't really focus on Roshan. They tried to focus on the art of fight, and it was really Armel. He tried to take out the AA first. He found the AA, but they just never really made their way into the pit afterwards.
Yeah, it's a costly mistake, and Armel is the most mobile hero. He's the guy who could go in, interrupt the Roche fight, and that split cost them. They lose a lot of heroes. Aegis means that you're going to have a harder time dealing with Dreamosaur. And TNC now, they don't have Slam, so the next team fight, not going to have that tool available. Boom should be able to push into a lane with no real worries.
Exactly what they intend to do. Going back for that tier 2 mid tower. Dreamosaur will be cautious. He doesn't want to just lose the Aegis for no reason. KP, you do not want to be there right now. BT gonna move around looking for that Dragon Tail, but no, they'll just try to secure that tier 2. They'll find it. Now Boom, maybe just opt to back out, and they almost have an AC up on Dreamosaur, so there's no need to rush this.
It's slow and steady for them. This does give TNC time to finish up that Scotty on Gabby. So he's gonna hit a little bit harder, mitigate the healing coming out from Mikado. But his focus has mainly been on nukes this time. Not a very heal-friendly Pugna. So it's not gonna help too much against that burst, although the stat padding is nice.
Gabby moving himself from that bottom lane, he was in real danger there. Smoke will lead to nothing from Boom Esports. But Boom want to continue this aggression. They don't want to give any more time over to that Terrorblade, who does have that Eye of Skadi up, building into that BKB. Of course, make use of that Aegis. I wonder whether they'll try to push a high ground push or whether they'll just go for a full-scale team fight to really expend that Aegis here for the side of Boom.
Yeah, I think they'd want to use it on an objective. That's where their team really shines. Although they smoke again, and looks like they have an idea where TNC's at.
Well, they let Dreamer off the bot lane by himself. A lot of damage you're missing, and the reason why they smoked up is because Kesuke's in trouble. He will die, but now SLC jumps in anyway with the Ice Blast follow-up there from Hyde. But Armel's still alive throughout all this. Now the Nether Ward, Armel trying to TP out. The Ice Blast passive may be enough.
No?
Ooh, it was close.
Ooh.
He'll survive. KB, however, still being chased up. Dreamersaur has now joined his team. KB has that in.
No.
Oh, that is a sneaky spot. KB does get away. Oh, that is cheeky.
Oh, man.
It's a cheeky one.
And that's why Boom should start carrying some dust just to ensure they find those kills. But in the end, TNC's gonna be pretty happy with that. They forced the buyback out from Kesuke. They don't really find anything beyond that, but just forcing the buyback out is enough to take a little bit of that lead Boom had away. So Kesuke's progression has slowed down, and TNC gets more space to farm for Gabby. As you mentioned, he's saving up for the BKB. He's inching closer towards it, and once you have that BKB, you aren't worried about Mikado anymore.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Still worried about that lone druid though. Dreamersaur is very, very close to having the full AC, and now looks to make a push onto the high ground. Again, we talked about that Aegis. He is going to indeed use it on objective.
Dire structures are fortified.
Boom won't clip their own creeps. And FBD jumping after Tim's hook shot there to back him up. It doesn't connect on Tim still. The Nether Blast will be enough. Tim's does have buyback available. Meanwhile, Mel does actually find Kesuke on the clock, and that should stop the push. As well as that, Gabby pushing that bot lane down, forcing a defense out of Boom Esports.
Yeah, TNC are holding on quite well. I think Kesuke just being caught out is costing a lot. They need the lockdown from the cogs to help them find these kills. Dreamocell does finish up the AC, so there's a lot more damage coming out from her bear. If they can find somewhere to channel that, it's just that they can't. And once more, Gabby being left alone like this might be able to really overtake. He's already 3k ahead of Dreamocell. So the TB is really building up here, and Boom has not been punishing.
He needs just a bit more. He's getting there though. I believe he has his full BKB on the way. Yeah, that's his courier. That's the BKB. What does he want after that though? Gonna go for the Satanics. Fairly standard stuff for this TB. But at that point, once you've got that Satanic up, you're feeling a lot safer. Mind you, you are still concerned about the AA, but at least with the BKB, you won't need to be worried too much about the Ice Blast. Bot lane, Gabby ends up getting a kill onto Mikado, and now they also end up finding Kesuke. With that, it's a tier 3 push to start. And a Rats. This really shouldn't be happening here for Boom Esports.
Tim's just went in, commit the slam. That was enough. They don't have it for the next fight, but it doesn't matter when you take the objectives like this. And once more, you're seeing the effect of leaving Gabby alone. He's just doing a lot of work now. Fresh BKB up and running on the Terrorblade. That does mean that again, your burst damage towards him is limited.
extends it to a 7k net worth lead for TNC now. Gabby's still farming up. Boom Esports must be aware that their time is slowly starting to run out. Dreamers are already getting prepared for having a bit more deep push on the side of Boom Esports, trying to go for a Mjolnir. BZ has to be careful down to that bot lane. He does have his team making their way over to him. The rest of TNC weren't very close by. They're going to try and TP out. They'll get Armel out of there. Tim's might not be so lucky, and Gabby's also around the corner. Just trying to break the distance. Ice Blast, going to be used to scout out. Doesn't quite find anything. Rocket Flare will spot out Gabby on the retreat, but you're not close enough for a hook shot. Round TNC, but don't find anything.
Yeah, and again, TNC, as this game stalls on, they are getting a lot more. Gabby just continues to grow to be a bigger threat. And Boom's farm is starting to fall behind. Dreamocell is at 15k, Gabby's at 20. Parablade really is building up a massive lead. What Boom needs to get done is really just find a solid pickoff. That's what we were seeing from them earlier. They need to rely on KezQ to isolate someone, burst them down, and then force a bigger fight with a numbers advantage.
Boom Esports back down to the bottom lane, maybe just trying to set up that bottom T2 tower that's been left. Do have another pause. Boom Esports still having multiple internet issues here, it seems. Time Dreamocell will want to have those issues.
Yeah, it's one of those days for the internet, I suppose. Man, PNC, with that 7k lead, I mean, it's not just Gabby, although we've been talking about him a lot, but you look at Armel, Witty Ags, the silence is going to cause a lot of issues there. Only real core to fall behind, well, quite a fair bit behind his KP. Just really focusing on surviving Force Staff, Hood of Defiance, and Glimmercake. All the magic exist in the world just to prevent himself from getting bursted down. Can't really blame him. This is taking quite a fair bit away from Boom. Mikado went all in on the day guns, is saving up for the Aeon Disc next, just to give himself a little bit more survivability, and that's going to be key. They really need Mikado and KezQ around, and Hyde as well, to land their combos off and burst one hero down. That's all they need to find the follow-up, and Boom has not been able to do that.
But they haven't.
They're trying to bring down Radiant's top
Still, Boom seems a bit confused about what they're doing here, right? Like, they've kind of been running around the map, smoking up, chasing TNC, but TNC has constantly just avoided them the past 5-10 minutes. Again, they find Armel, and he'll TP up. Hey, Beaton will TP up. Gabby though, he's been left alone. Gets stunned up. March will cancel his TP, but now the hookshot is in from KezQ. Soulmine comes out. Ice Blast will be with March in trouble, and Gabby will BKB TP.
Bottom tower won't last long.
Had March not cancelled that TP in time, that would have been disastrous. However, Dreamocell also going down to the bot lane.
Yeah, it's a better trade for TNC. They find the bigger target in the end. The Dreamocell gonna be set back by quite a fair bit, and this is an opening.
FBZ gonna be in trouble. Nice vicious start there onto FBZ. They don't have the Reaper side that was used for the Lone Druid, but they don't need it. They've got the Spirit Vessel. The damage from Armel isn't up, and now Hyde trying to cancel, trying to keep it out, doesn't get cancelled. Will end up dying. Armel picking up a double kill on the Void Spirit. The Roshan has just come up. They've got a double damage rune sitting there. Perfect timing for TNC.
Handle this deluge.
Yeah, they've got the Metamorphosis up as well if they wanted to use it there. Just a lot of opportunities here for TNC to build up, and Boom man, it's just slowly kind of falling apart for them. The lead grows wider, they're not finding the pickoffs they want. They're gonna have to give this Roche away as well. They could try to hookshot in with Kezcute, it's only him and Mikado, and there's not much you can expect from just 2 heroes here.
Oh, for sure though, you go for the steal. Like, Kezcute has to try for it, I think. He sees it, but he's got to find a gap, and yeah, no, March is already aware. Does get in there on the high ground, make sure that there's no angles. Tim's is blocking the angles as well here on the side of the Roshan pit. So you won't bother trying to throw your life away as the clock. TNC now, the Aegis up on Gabby. Still gonna be fairly cautious. They do actually have meta up, but they don't have the Echo. It's gonna come off cooldown now.
Is about to take
Perhaps TNC could opt to just go for a quick smoke play and try and commit that Aegis straight off the bat, considering you do have all those big ultis up.
Yeah, there's nothing that can stop them. Again, Boom has kind of fallen apart here. They need to get the jump in either from Kezcute or FBZ, but every single time they've just been isolated and kind of been chasing around, as you mentioned. So Boom need to maybe wait for a few more items on Dreamocell. He is building up a lot more in the bear, but it's going to be a slow build up towards the Abyssal here.
Gabby's going to start making his way into that mid lane. He's going to secure that tier 2 mid tower. The backdoor protection, however, not able to get through it. They'll have to wait. That creep wave. Gabby's going to use his illusion to get the work done.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Still TNT are going to wait and try and get into this high ground, and actually FBZ out of position here, or maybe just baiting. Gabby, Bishop, gonna come out from tip. Reaper side now, but there's a Glimmer Cake there. FBZ is safe. He BKB's up, but it's too physical damage to Gabby, and now they go back down onto the lone druid. Gabby with the spiralings just goes down the cliff. Reaper's a big trouble right now. Hook shot from Kezcute, but what an echo. Tim's holding the support back, not allowing any kind of healing, and that'll mean Dreamocell will die. We see one buyback, but the rest of the calls on Boom Esports. They don't have buybacks available. And that's the game. TNC that quickly end up gaining the turn.
Boom, man, they just gave too much space to Gabby to farm up. It looked like they were finding the early objectives there, but the chasing around went against them, and in the end, TNC got enough space out, and this is all